Good morning, everybody. Let's go steal a car. Yeah, that's a pretty looking car. So we are going to head back to Ekron, and we are going to pick up the race car and use it to tow back the fire truck. While I'm there, I'm going to replace an unknown number of parts on the fire truck. Definitely the wheels, probably suspension. We're probably going to steal stuff from the white van that's there. If I leave the wheels that are on it right now, one of them will probably break while we're trying to tow it. It is a wrecked vehicle after all. They're so stupid that they continue running after I literally pull a PIT and try to block them. Stupid fucking... Oh man, this is this game. All right then. Brakes on this car are not that stellar, but they work. Figure I'd get the boring part out of the way first. This game will never have the fast travel system in it. Traveling is the whole point. Coming up soon on the burned wrecks here. Can't be going too fast through those. Might try to flip that trailer back over now that I have a vehicle that I don't really care about its integrity. I can use it to ram, because yes, that is one of the only ways that I know of to get a trailer to unflip itself, is to ram the thing. Try ramming it at like 40 miles an hour or so. As you can see. Honestly, we might be able to just hook it up as is and do something with it. The physics might actually just work on our side if we hook it up like this. Even when it's on its side. How's it going, Luchador? Yeah, it still won't hook up. Maybe you gotta get a little closer. Alright, here goes nothing. Okay, yeah. Alright. That's, yeah. Gmod physics. I don't really need it immediately, but I want obstructions out of the road, and I might want it later on when I come back to Irvington. Yeah. Nice. Hey, whatever works, right? Alright, so we've got everything is pretty much already loaded up for us here, because we're just going to leave the trailer. That's going to continue getting worse. Maybe I should actually detach it. Detach. Yeah. If I still needed to use it, I definitely would. Thankfully, I'm pretty much done with it. We've gotten everything I wanted from the library and the basement of the school. and everything in these bags is pretty much old hat. And what leftovers are just stashed as local provisions for this area. Now, of course, Man Before Waves should be coming with us. Loath would I be to leave such a lovely painting behind. Everything else... yeah, okay. So... should probably have already loaded up everything in here. We never did find a single other sports car in all of Ekron. I would have to go several towns over to find another sports car, so that's not happening. The seats and the glove and the fire truck are completely loaded up. And in the trunk, nailed ourselves an old generator and a couple of spare barrels. But the truck itself is the big prize here. I probably wouldn't have come back here if it was not for finding this truck. It has a... everything on it is busted up, but the engine quality, as we can see, is 100. Just gotta actually fix everything. So let's get these garbage bags. Now, I think what I left in the other car is superfluous, if anything. There's a rifle in the glove, and put that up in the trunk. Alright, I'll take a couple of these L94s. Alright, so Spiffo race car is towing the fire truck, and we are out of here. For realsies this time. We have no need to come back here for a very long time now. Well, okay, that's right, I was going to actually part swap at least the undercarriage from the white van to the fire truck, because the fire truck is in such a sorry state that if I tried to take it right now, see, I'm still very low mechanics. I am still very low mechanics. Yeah, this isn't happening right now. The tires are the only things I can really swap reliably without risk of serious damage. So it doesn't matter how good condition parts the brakes and suspensions are on this thing. They would all get seriously damaged if I tried to take them off. So I'm just going to do the tires, and that's all we need. I suppose the battery doesn't... yeah, I can pull the battery out. This is also just a safety thing, because if I don't do this, we are going to get broken tires. And that would just make the entire tow job more complicated. Okay, yeah, fuck that. I'm not doing the... I got lucky with the front windshield, but the rear windshield is, not happening. Alright, just the tires now. Alright, that's good. Do we need, yeah, we'll go ahead and inflate it. We do have a pump right here. Alrighty. This thing is actually going to be such an effective tow that I need to be careful, because yeah, we'll flip it over very easily if we don't control ourselves. It's amazing. The thing actually looks great now because the trunk is not heavily damaged and we put a new hood on it. Visually it looks pretty, but it's still got a lot of ugly parts on the inside. We're going to have to fix all those at some point before we can turn it into a good regular use vehicle. For anybody joining, welcome. This is our last commute from Ekron back to Phallus Lake. This time we are taking the fire truck along with us, as well as the Spiffo's race car, both of which are necessary for the long term. Spiffo's race car is a fantastic towing vehicle, as you can see. I'm pretty sure it can tow anything forward at speed without bottoming out. I mean, we'll probably make it to 4th gear. But I'm gonna intentionally not do that until we get to the highway. We've still got obstructions on this road. Best vehicles, for what purpose? You're looking at 2 of them that are the best for specific purposes. The race car is the best at towing. As I was just describing, it can tow anything forward. Most cars can tow each other backwards, but when you're towing backwards, you'll never get faster than 30 miles an hour. The fire truck is the best for fighting large groups of zombies because you got the light bar to keep them attracted to you, use the siren and whatnot, and the fact that it's a D6 means you have a lot lower of a chance of taking damage to the carrying capacity of the trunk. Because things like ambulances, which in my opinion the ambulance is the best all-rounder. We have actually not found an ambulance yet on this character, despite finding many other things that I usually have a lot of trouble finding on other characters. Ambulance is the best all-rounder because you've got a pretty solid engine that can handle itself off-road and can tow several different vehicles. Well, actually, it can only tow step vans forward. I don't think it can tow anything else forward, so it's still kind of stuck towing backwards. But the ambulance can tow burned wrecks backwards. That is something that a lot of cars can't do. But it is, it's also got the second best storage capacity. So the ambulance is the best all-rounder. If you're talking about, like, what's the best at doing a little bit of everything, the ambulance is probably my Swiss Army knife right there. If I could have one vehicle and just nothing else, it would be an ambulance, guaranteed. Fire truck would probably be close behind it. And then, of course, race car is... And anything beyond the ambulance and the fire truck that's when you start getting into more very specific niche use cases. My approach to Zomboid is to just have an entire fleet and then use whatever vehicle is appropriate for the purpose. There's the highway. Now we can go a little faster and not worry quite as much about the... Well, we're still going to be on our guard because this is a race car. We'll flip it over without breaking a sweat. And shit like that'll happen. If you go too fast while towing, shit like just random fishtailing like that. But it only happens when you turn. You have to, if you stay straight, you can hang in there. I've had a lot of people talk about armored vehicles in this game, and I was thinking a little bit more about that, and I was thinking, all right, what if you could just get engineers to work with you to try to design the best armored vehicle that can just, ram right through zombies without it being a problem. And my brain always goes back to armored warfare in general. A lot of tanks and, armored infantry vehicles, those kind of things, they're built to withstand hits from either small arms or maybe even take a hit or two from a shaped charges or an enemy vehicle of similar type. So a lot of them have a lot of heavy armor that's really designed not to withstand just, a bunch of human-sized things slapping at it and or trying to bite at it. So there really is not very much precedent, but you can think, what I like to think about in this context is, well, my brain always goes to logistics. If you look at how many times tanks have had, tanks being the epitome of armored vehicles, how many times their weight has caused problems navigating through terrain, getting stuck in the mud, getting stuck off, just going off-road and getting stuck in a ditch or something like that. How many times that's caused problems? And then imagine that every single time you try to roll over a group of zombies, you're basically just creating unstable terrain beneath you. And you get enough of that unstable terrain, how are you going to prevent huge amounts of, crushed bones and stuff just getting stuck in the tracks or getting stuck in the wheels? It sounds like a very untenable situation. Well, what I imagine is you want to prevent the vehicle from getting stuck in general. sure, you can put like a plow on the front of it. You can put a plow on the front of it, but then you're kind of, I suppose maybe a plow like the kind you would see on a train, maybe. Weren't those actually like the what exactly were the plows on trains meant to do? Now I'm curious. I'm actually genuinely curious about that. Hmm. I guess I'm not using the right word because the word plow doesn't show up anywhere in the entire cow catchers. Yeah, that is actually what I thought they were for, but I had no idea to be sure. But it was something specifically designed to, like, break through something, and I figured it might be, if an animal is stuck on the tracks, because in classic situations you didn't exactly have railroad tracks in a secure situation that would prevent animals from getting on them. These days, train tracks are very often, like, or at least in urban areas, they're surrounded by fences and whatnot. What's going on, Zagto? I am hypothesizing about strange things, as I tend to do. Yeah. I figure yeah, a plow that, like, I guess, and that's why I thought of trains, is like a pyramidal plow, like something that is designed to try to prevent anything from going under the vehicle, and is supposed to use the vehicle's force to, like, split down the center. So like a shaped plow, like a triangular shaped plow in the front, that's designed to either split something in front or just knock it off to the side. Yeah. But then again, how many vehicles? And what if we're going to think about things that we could use against zombies? It's always better to look at what's been done already and see if it can be adapted. And I'm just not thinking about many vehicles, or I can't think of many vehicles that have literally designed to impact something intentionally. Like, it always feels. I mean, the closest thing would be like a snowplow, but snowplows are meant to move something of very consistent mass. Um, that you can, it's predictable size and weight. Snow is only going to be so different. I'm sure an actual snowplow driver would have more to say about that, but snow is generally not going to be like, the inconsistent debris you would expect to see from a pile of corpses. But I guess construction vehicles. There's probably construction vehicles that are designed for that. Pilots, huh? Interesting. That adds some dark connotations to the fact that they, because I'm assuming that if that's the case, they were around before actual airplane pilots were. So what is it that made them start calling airplane pilots pilots? Is it because they went up front and they hit things? Oh, look at that! They fixed the headlights for the race cars. Very nice, very nice. Before, the race cars never had, the headlights wouldn't draw. See, they don't spawn with any light bulbs in them, but we added light bulbs to them, and it never really seemed to work even after that. But we are now back in Phallus Lake at long last. Those deer are almost trapped. Like, they're stuck between those two really long fences, and every time we go back and forth, we lead them back and forth through it. It's theoretically possible I could capture them in a animal trailer. I just don't think I could ever get them to breed in captivity. I have captured a deer in the past a long time ago, and all it did was just run in circles. Alright, we are back at my Phallus Lake base here. I will go ahead and move the fire truck to... Well, I suppose I'd be able to hotwire it and still move it around. I just have to unload it. God, this thing looks pretty with the headlights actually working right. Ah, that's beautiful. A lot of what I'm carrying is just firearms that are less likely to be used anytime soon, so we've got containers already stacked here. Guns that are already modded, so that I could literally just pick them up, load them, and use them. Those go in the bottom stack. So I've got like an example of pretty much every gun with an appropriate mod loadout. The only mods that I don't have on many of these are ammo straps. I have not found a single ammo strap anywhere in the world yet, which I find to be extremely odd, because of all the hunting stores we've hit. Yeah, very odd. Hell yeah. See, now that I got this fence up, I've finally got a lot more real estate to put up decorations. I do kind of like how Betty matches the wood almost perfectly. Riot control van. You know what? Let's see what those look like. Oh, yeah, that's that. Look at that. Look at that. That's beautiful. Oh, that's beautiful. Yeah, if I could pick any vehicle to drive in a zombie apocalypse, I would just have a lot of questions about its maintenance. Especially newer ones, because newer ones, I mean, these days cars are not built to last. But maybe back in the 90s they had something similar to that. I'm sure they did. And that would be, you see, that would be a platform that you could weld some things to make it a little more lethal on the front. Maybe you could redo the plow to make it, because I feel like this kind of a plow is sort of designed to not instantly kill the people that it's that it's gonna bump into. I promise I didn't mean it like that, but you know what? I'm not gonna retract that statement. We don't know who Betty is in this context. She could be anyone. So we've got Nomad above the gloom still. I wanted to put Nomad above the gloom over here, next to the door. Yeah, look at that. I like it. I like it. It's on one of the walls that'll be easier to see, because it doesn't call. Yeah, not unless I go outside. Okay. It's just about bedtime. We are... We still have unloading to do. Yeah, we've still got a fair bit of unloading to do. One of the most important things we came back from town with yesterday was this bag, which has a lovely old carton of nails. So we blew our last box of nails recently, but now we just came home with a carton, and I found this by complete luck in Ekron. It was just in somebody's garage. Another pair of my favorite boots. Dani shall do the typical female thing of collecting a large amount of shoes and displaying them somewhere prominently. I don't even say that to be diminutive. I personally should own more shoes than I do, because the shoes that I own are getting quite old, and I definitely could use a new pair. All right. We drank some milk, we goes to bed. Alright, so, of these bags on the floor, one of the most important ones right here is this one. It has stuff in it, including medium leather, and some crucibles and some tongs, metal tongs specifically, as well as a couple of other variety tools. So, this is just a bag of stuff that will jumpstart our blacksmithing experience. I've been thinking about where to put the forge and furnace. I left the car running all night. I'm an idiot. Forge and furnace are most likely going to go back outside back here. And the reason for that is, if I place them correctly, I can just drive straight past them. And I think that's definitely something I want to do. Now, another thing I was considering is just annihilating this back wall right here, and just extending the side of the base in this direction, and making it a drive-through, so I can drive through the base, because that's just something I always like to do. I like to be able to drive through my bases. That is a design choice that I will constantly make if it is something that I can get away with. We did detach, yeah. So I'm going to move one of the floodlights out to the front yard here, since we're not doing much more construction out back here. Idling all night actually didn't seem to hurt it too much. I'm going to move the shotguns to the top box, because we just have that many long guns that if I keep the shotguns in there with the rifles, it will fill up very, very, very quickly, even faster than before. Trying to at least categorize these bags. Right now, what we've got is entirely furniture related. So if I can get furniture into one bag, that'll be a step. That'll be another step forward in the direction of being sorted. I think I'm also going to put semi-auto rifles up in there with the shotguns, because we are still getting a little bit loaded up here. Yeah, I think that'll work. So the JS-14 and the M1A can go up there with the shotguns. And then all these bolt actions, carbines, whatnot, can go in the middle. I don't have a home yet for 8 M16s. Perhaps I'll have to make another box, and I'll do this after I catch another sleeper. I'll make another box dedicated entirely to tactical weapons. So that would be the JS3T, M16, the MS-70, which is, we've got a few of those on the floor there. I've actually never fired one of those on any of my characters yet. We'll also need a handgun bag since we've got, or a handgun box. Got a little billion of those. I'm just going to do another entire stack of boxes. already got the planks and nails on the floor right here, so. Move Betty over a little bit here. And then we'll put restricted area a little further out. Actually, just put that on the corner. So pistols in the bottom here. BF pistol. I don't know if I have one of those anywhere else. I don't. I'm gonna slap some sights on it and add it to the bin there that has all of my ready-to-use modded guns. I just need tritium pistol sights and a laser sight, and I think those are the only two things you can currently put on a, on a BF. Well, you can switch between you can choose between a laser sight or a flashlight. I'm going to choose a laser sight every time, because I got the flashlight on my chest already. So I think I can confidently say that we have one of every single gun. And not just that, but one of every single gun modded and ready to go. With the exception of the MSR-7T, which we are about to go slap some mods on one and put the other two away as spares. Just have a box separate for semi-autos from the shotguns here. Semi-auto rifles, so that's the JS14, M1A, MSR-7T. Now the MSR-7T is special as far as I know. It is the only semi-auto rifle that can shoot with an 8x scope. You can even put a laser sight on it, despite a laser sight with an 8x scope. Wild. Oh, look at that beautiful thing. Now that being said, this is a high-level aim weapon. I will not be touching this until I am much, much, much higher than aiming level 4. But when the time comes, we've got one ready to go. I'm going to put the car battery charger just a little farther away because the noise is so obnoxious. We have a sports car battery that I found at one point that is in perfect condition but needs to be charged up. All these bags are ammo. We don't have a home for ammo yet. Working on that. If I tried to put ammo in with guns, the boxes would just fill up too fast. So, soon. Of course, soon. As with everything. I think I'm going to have just a separate box up here for damaged weapons. Yeah, so right now I've got shotguns, I've got carbines and bolt actions, ready-to-use guns, handguns, damaged guns. I'm sorry, semi-auto rifles, and then damaged guns. That's my 6 boxes right now. It's definitely different from what I'm used to, but it makes sense to me for now. Except, of course, as I predicted, the stupid semi-auto box is already full. So, further separation between bolt action and carbine would be the next step. For now, I'm just going to put bolt action overflow into the shotgun box. What audio track just played? It was one of the chill themes. And it's one of the chill themes that kind of runs together. They were once here. I think that's the one. Does that sound like it? If that's the one that you're thinking of, then yeah, They Were Once Here is the name of that track. Yep. No worries. That is, I've definitely heard it a billion times, but that's one of the ones that kind of runs together a little bit, so I never memorized the name until now. Yeah, absolutely. And that was Zach Beaver specifically. So most of the music tracks were originally done by, Zach Beaver did all of the original music, and then Armin Haas, that's Armin Haas, Armin Haas. He did the mixes that made he took the originals and made the variants of them. So the low variants and the action variants. So right now you're hearing the low variant because I'm indoors and I'm not running around. If I were to run outside and get into a vehicle, that would pull up the high variant pretty quickly. See, it goes to the mid, and then you start hearing the heavy percussion, the drums, a couple of extra instruments. Getting into a vehicle brings it like straight to high. Funniest part is I'm still going to find more guns. This is not all of them. I brought a little too much gun home, more than I'll ever shoot, and I was trying to kick the habit on that, because guns are the most bulky things I'll ever loot sometimes, and just taking home more than I'm ever going to shoot is a bad habit. Yeah, that's fair. At some points, I will just start storing the ammo in a van. Problem is, I don't have any perfect trunk vans right now that I can spare for that. I got my primary expedition vehicle, and then I've got this one right here. That's the kind of regular use one. I suppose loose boxes I can put in this trunk here. We do have at least room for that. These are all damaged guns, so at least they have a home that is not too full. Alright, and now I will put a small amount of gas in the fire truck, and we can then at least get it hot wired and move it into place. Because there's still going to be a lot of repair work that needs to be done that we're not ready to do yet. What I'll actually probably do is pull the truck up here so I can, when I go find some donor vehicles full of parts that I want to sacrifice to put on the truck here, we can just tow those donor vehicles up here, pull the parts off them, and then tow them away. I don't actually know exactly where I want these barrels yet. There's nowhere I can put them that would feed the main sink. The main sink is currently... there's only 3 tiles that we could put barrels on, and that's above right there. So those 3 options are already taken. So I'll probably establish another sink on another supply at some point, but until then, we'll just leave them there. Actually, at the time, I just built them for a little bit more experience points in carpentry. I suppose it wouldn't hurt to have a couple flags on the inside. You can still see them. Yeah, actually it probably would look better to just put the bigger ones on the inside and then the smaller ones outside. Hell, there's a couple of flags that I haven't even taken that are just right down the road. Smaller ones, not the bigger ones. So here's the first example of how pulling up dirt sometimes isn't enough. This shit right here. That grew because all I did was pull up dirt instead of placing a full tile. Tedious. Truly tedious. There's literally no dirt left on the tile, and yet somehow the overgrowth system will spawn bushes on it. These are at least fully expected. Alright, so what I've got going on in terms of metalworking right now, or welding specifically, is we've got a lot of welding gear already in the trunk of the white van, which has the perfect trunk. So that's what I'm going to stick with. I'm going to put all of my welding materials back there. Stupid freaking bugs. These things are not regular enough to be coming from my apartment. I think they're coming from downstairs. Damaged gun there. Yeah, we'll put that in the box as well. There's like 15 steel sheets just laying on the floor there. Alright, so that's 16 stacks, or I'm sorry, that's 11 stacks of welding rods. I think we can get a fair few number of levels just with that. But I don't know for sure yet. it's going to be a question of whether we run out of welding rods or propane first, and I don't think... It's usually not propane. These days, it's usually welding rods that I run out of first when I start leveling... welding, because it used to be that you didn't need welding rods for a lot of things that you could level welding with, like especially barricades. Barricades got nerfed significantly. Now they require rods, and they're a level 3 recipe. Used to be there was no level requirement, and they didn't require rods. I miss those days. Unfortunately, it does kind of make sense. So the 2 propane tanks on the floor right here are full. We want to start using the one that's not full, which is right here. And how many torches? There's 4, all at various amounts. So we'll just dump propane into those till everything we have is full. So that makes a total of 13 full torches and an unknown number of refills. And look at that, that makes the trunk full. Now I can fit the 2 propane tanks that we're not using yet, put those on the passenger seat, and then I can say that every single piece of welding stuff that... let's double check here. We've got some rods here. And just rods, okay. Now I can say every single piece of welding equipment I have can into this van. Now, an easy win would be to go ahead and replace the ugly wooden barricades on my windows here with metal barricades, but we're not quite ready for that yet. I can't do metal barricades until level 3, or hang on a second, let me double check that. Yeah, welding level 3 for that. So until then, the best way to level welding, hands down, no questions, is actually floors. Yeah, floors are actually a great return on investment. You use 1 small steel sheet, 1 use of a welding torch, 1 use of a welding rod, and there's no level requirement. You get a fair bit of experience. So when it comes to leveling welding, I do not even bother touching it until I've got the recipe for metal floors, which is one of the many magazines. I don't even know which. Yeah, I don't even touch it until I have a large cache of supplies, the book read, and the recipe. Which I do. So, another thing you do is just in the process of leveling, you will inevitably have a bunch of large steel sheets and small steel sheets. So the regular steel sheets, I'm going to convert those into small steel sheets as we need to. And I'm only going to allocate like 4 total boxes of welding rods for this. I shouldn't need too many more. And it seems hit or miss whether these recipes actually require you to have a welding mask or not. Yeah, I genuinely have no idea which ones do and which ones don't. So I'm going to put metal floors directly outside the building here. So that's 9.8 experience per floor. That has been nerfed significantly because we've fully read the book. Hang on a second, let me make sure of that. I have fully read Welding 1. Yes. In fact, the copy of Welding 1 that's in there is a duplicate. We already have a full set. Well, 9.8 experience per floor means I'm less than 10 and I'm through the first level. So that's still a great ROI. I do very much remember getting double digits, but it's whatever. So get a crafting surface and then oh great. Okay. So I cannot cut metal sheets until welding level 4. Seriously? Alright then. That is... Okay, well, I guess that means we just have to saw them until then. I could use a hacksaw, but I think I might actually have a bandsaw right across the street. I don't remember if the tool store here had a bandsaw or not. If it does, the bandsaw does not currently require power, and therefore I will absolutely use it if it does, or if it's over here. This tool store does not have a bandsaw. Damn. Sometimes they do. So that means I'm just going to use one of my hacksaws then. Yeah, if you're not into that, then you're not into that. I'm not exactly playing to be excited right now. That is for the combat operations, which we're not currently doing. God, what did I do with that saw? I'm currently carrying around a wood saw, but that doesn't count. There's a hacksaw. Apparently I can research a craft from it. Ah, that is the napping. Make a flint saw now if I wanted to. Anyway. So we are now going to split a couple of sheets. My backpack is full of these. No, they're not. What the hell is wrong with me? I didn't pick up any. Alright, so I'm going to cut like 4 of these. So that'll give me about 16 more floors to work with. That was only 8 floors that I had to make to get through welding level 1. Oh, look at that. Some of my crops are budding already. We've got this is one of the most dangerous phases. The moment they start budding, this is when they start dying for no reason. If they're going to die for no reason, there's nothing I can do to stop it. If they're going to die for no reason, if he dies, he dies. I don't think we've unlocked anything substantial. No, literally every single recipe in the building menu here is level 3 or higher. So welding level 1, completing level 1, even completing level 2, literally gets you nothing. So the grind continues. Didn't actually use up too much propane either. I can allocate a few more to that. The question of where to build a few more floors comes up. I don't have the solid answer to that yet, so thinking about it. Yeah, I'll just continue that across the way. So that's 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 2, 3, 4, 16, 1, 2, 3. Great, okay. So there's another 16 easily, but then we've got an odd number. Let's try that. See how far that gets us. Any of these small steel sheets that we don't use can be repurposed later. There's plenty of uses for small steel sheets. Hey, look at that. I wasn't even really paying attention to the ROI, so we are good to read the next book, which I'm going to do immediately. And then she heroically read the next book. This will be an all-night task for sure. I think we're actually low on milk, so I'm going to go ahead and have a visit to Bessie out here. I come for your milk. Alrighty. It's October 9th. We have survived for 3 months now. We are definitely in the early to mid-game doldrums of constantly building skills so that we have a much improved quality of life. Fieldwork just becomes so much easier after you've built up a few fundamentals. I believe... no, that was on my other character. So on our other character, on Nora the Explora, there is a store in the airport, Louisville Airport. There's a store in the airport that actually sells, like, it seems to be a Halloween store or like a holiday store of some kind. And we came away with like a dozen different masks. But I don't recall actually seeing Halloween masks anywhere except for there, or like a very, very rare find in a storage unit. You'll find holiday stuff sometimes in storage units. So there is welding 2 completed. Now we just do a few more floors. The target, of course, is welding level 3 for now. When we get to welding level 3, we will be able to repair trunks. Not that I would do that immediately, because you still wouldn't get too good of an ROI, but you can also do metal barricades and other things like that. So I still have all the necessary materials. We can pick right up where we left off here. Might be why I remember getting double digits per floor, because after reading a higher level book you get more. Level 3, beautiful. That actually was perfect. We literally had the perfect floor to get 3 levels of welding. Now we can do the barricades. So barricades are torches, rods, and in this case you can choose bars or rods. And when I say rods in this context, I mean steel rods. And as fate would have it, we have a lot of steel rods. So we need 12, because we've got 4 windows and it's 3 each. So that's 9, 10, 11, 12. And we're getting about twice as much experience. Actually, that's like 4 times as much experience, because we're getting like 12 per floor. We're getting 48 for each of these. Beautiful. It's not a replacement window. Literally nothing can replace those windows, but bars look very nice. We'll accept the most aesthetically pleasing alternative. Can we make doors yet? We can make shoddy ones. That sucks. Wait, what? understand that. Poor and shoddy appear to have the same level requirement, and yet by default it shows us shoddy. I don't understand that. But I want to make metal doors. For that, I'm going to need to cut another one of these steel sheets. Which is something I still cannot do with welding. I have to use the saw again. And this is one of the things I was waiting for quite a while. Place this door. So I don't get this. Again, this is... If anybody is not able to see, I will show you. You usually expect that it's... look at that. Metal door pour requires welding 3, and it's prettier looking. Metal door shoddy requires welding 3, and it's garbage looking. So I guess it's just an aesthetic difference. I don't know. All I know is I'm hitting the pour button because that looks prettier. Look at that. Much prettier. Like a proper door. I'll do the back door next. Thankfully, we got 100% return on hinges, so we are not unhinged. Glorious, absolutely glorious. Now we've also got the bathroom here. I was thinking about turning this into a indoor chicken coop. At least that's what I was thinking about. Remember, the moment I start sledgehammering things, we'll never get them back. So that is something that I'm also thinking about. The light switch is out of range of the generator. That generator position is probably not final. Oh, let's use our lovely website here, b42map.com. Always shout it out whenever I use it. It has a tool that allows you to visualize the range of generators. Here we are in Phallus Lake. And we want to be able to reach bathroom and at least one of the gas pumps. Ideally, just one of the gas pumps. So, in a perfect world, actually, we could put it... Let's just... Yeah, let's do this. Let's make a back porch. Yeah, let's make a back porch. Or should we just... No, let's just do a third floor. Let's just do a third floor. Let's get full-on roof access. And put it up there on the roof. Yeah, because then we can get lights in the bathroom area, and then we can get one of the 4 gas pumps. That's what I want. Because, right, if I'm going to be powering a gas pump alongside the rest of the base, like, you know, constantly powering it, then I only want one pump to be powered, because otherwise, you know, you have multiple pumps. You don't need multiple pumps unless you run out of one. And the best thing about pumps is if one of them is empty, it does not cost power. So it won't cost power to have it in range. So that's great. Basically, we use this pump until it's done, and then if it actually does empty out, sometimes it does. Sometimes there's billions of liters in there. So let's go ahead and I'm just going to take off this backpack full of welding gear, swap it out for another backpack that has empty in it. That was supposed to be an empty backpack, but it's actually got my sacks in it. So let's actually move the M16s out of this backpack and put them where they need to be. I'm going to put them in with the handguns for now. Yeah. So this, that officially has annihilated most of my storage system here, but that's okay. Alright, so now we have a backpack with sacks in it, and then next to it we have a completely empty backpack. That's what I need to have. So I can just hot swap them for specific tasks. This may be overkill. This probably is overkill. So I cannot just go directly outside there because the light switch is right there. Oh, let's do a temporary staircase. So this will just get us up to the roof here. So I'm using walk to, hotkey Y, to make sure that this entire roof is traversable, which it looks like it is. And if the staircase is right there, we wanted it like generator right there, maybe. 2, 3, that's right there. So there's the corner, and then back by 1, back by 1. Yeah, that's perfect. So basically, corner and then diagonal one. And that's exactly where we're standing right here. So, what do I do with that information? Let's build ourselves another staircase indoors. How do you build a staircase indoors? First, you need to remove the relevant roof tiles. So first, I'm just going to leave a garbage bag on the floor here to mark where the generator is going to be, so I don't forget, because I'm a very forgetful person. See, in a perfect world, I want to be able to get up to the roof where my generator is going to be. If it's going to be up on the roof, I want to get there nice and easy. So let's make it so that we can just basically go up the stairs and then either come out this way or continue going up the stairs. So that would be 1, 2, and then 1, 2, 3. So I need to move the TV and the bookshelf and then take out roof tiles so that I can make an indoor staircase. Why cannot I not put anything in that corner? That is interesting. Just gonna move the chairs in here. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, so we go back up to the second floor, and I think we might even be able to use carpentry instead of the sledgehammer to dismantle the floors. I don't always know until I try, so I'm going to disassemble, and I cannot. So sometimes you can, this time you can't. So this is the time where that was just 1, 2, and then 1, 2, 3, right? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Okay, double checked. It looks good. Now I can go indoors and build the stairs inside, and then we can get rid of the ones that are outdoors. Now I could do metal stairs as well. Is that that's a level 5 recipe though, so I'm not holding out on that. So because of this railing right here, we can actually just walk straight through this this drying rack. Kind of cool. No clip is enabled for that drying rack. Now, the most important thing that I do next is make sure that I have some fall insurance, because I do not want to accidentally fall off the roof. Ever. What does it look like with the roof? You don't want to show me the roof? Let's see if the website will show me the roof. So if that's what it looks like with the roof. Interesting. See, you can actually use the sledgehammer to delete parts of the roof, like even if they're just decorative. So like this paneling up here, this white paneling segment, I could remove that if I wanted to. If you go up to the roof here and you right-click destroy, you can destroy it in segments like that. So I actually might destroy like the first half of the gable here. Just these 3 right here. destroy the first half of the gable, leave the second half. So that way I kind of get that outdoor look. I can see the generator from afar. I kind of like that. Now, I also kind of want to build some floors up here, but I'm going to be using metalwork, or I'm sorry, I'm going to be using welding to build the floors. Then I will turn around and build gates to make sure they don't fall off. So I can go pick up my regular backpack again. In which I have 5 steel sheets currently. Let's go ahead and saw another one. I don't know exactly how many floors I'll want, but the ability to have plenty is good for me. We will always make use of small steel sheets, even if they don't go towards floors. Now, the isometric view makes that look weird. Because that looks like, that just kind of makes it look like it's a single bridge. The only way I could tell that it's not is lighting. See how my flashlight doesn't propagate all the way down there? I wish I had thought about that. Now the railing will make that less of a problem. And that means I need 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's do 2 more steel sheet sawings. We're getting pretty close to the next level of welding. This might get us over the hump here. We're close. We're about, yeah, we're about 120 or so experience away. But now I'm going to switch from welding to, well, let me double check this. I can't make, ooh, I can make fences. I can make fences, and I can use the steel rods to make them. Fascinating. Okay, I'm going to do that. Yeah, I'm going to make the fences up here. I was going to use carpentry, but I'm going to use steel rods. So let's get a quick count. We need 2 steel rods for each. So that's 2, 4, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28. That's a lot of steel rods. But I think I have... No, I don't have 28. I have 24. I'll probably use a hybrid of, we can get more steel rods. What am I saying? Yeah, we can get more steel rods. I'll just use this until we run out, and then I will fill in the blanks with... let's get the most important fences out of the way, the ones that will prevent me from accidentally falling over the edge when I come upstairs like this. Now this is a basic metal fence. Craftsman is a level 5 recipe. That said, I don't really care about the appearance of these quite as much. Oh, we're out of rods, welding rods. So we have used up 4 dub rods, 4 full stacks of dub rods, and we are just about to level 4. So that's actually a great ROI. Pretty much 1 stack of dub rods per level. And if my calculations are correct, we are going to ding to the next level as soon as we build another one of these. And at that point, we'll sleep and start reading the next book. Now that is going to be irritating. I think I can delete that. Yeah. So whenever you build an upper level staircase, these stupid little things come down to the ground floor. I think they exist in order to like make it so that if you build an outdoor staircase, it actually looks like it's supposed to. But we're not building it outdoors. This should not happen indoors. Unstable beta things. I don't know about you guys, but I'm feeling more unstable sigma than unstable beta. It's all about the mindset, the grind set. I don't need to pick that up right now. I need to read. We put away the Volume 2 book. We get out the Volume 3 book. And we get cozy. Only problem is I can't sit down there anymore. I have to move the chair. Being as this is a level 3 book, this is going to take a minute. For anybody joining, welcome. This morning's goal is to level welding since it's right in front of us, and we brought a whole bunch of materials back to do it. Among other things, what we're currently doing is building fences around our third floor staircase that we just put together, so that we can run up it and have less of a likelihood of just jumping right off the edge for no reason, because we don't want to do that. That's no good. I'm just going to power through this book until the end. We'll probably get a bit hungry, like maybe even super hungry. We're just going to go milk the cows, and I'm going to get extra milk this time. Actually, we are ready for weight gain. We are ready for weight gain, so what that tells me is we should do big cow milking so we can get some butter. Because we're down to 76 kilo. And that's usually the point where I want to start reversing my weight loss. So there is the welding book read. what I'm going to do is pull some stuff out of the freezer here. I've got this rabbit that I need to use up. I'm just going to go ahead and butcher all 3 of these rabbits, even though I have not read the butchering book yet. We do not actually have any butter right now, so that will be something we fix. Butter churn is relatively easy to put together. We have planks on the floor, nails in our pocket, and just need 2 of each. So there's a butter churn. Butter is a ratio of ratio of 5 liters to 1 stick. So what I'm going to do is go hit the Holstein cow. Sometimes you get literally more than 15 liters. And we've got a dispenser bottle in our offhand. The dispenser bottle here is 15 liters. So we're going to see if we can fill that up with the Holstein cow. First I give her a pet because she is a good cow. He sustains me. So we did not get 15 liters out of her, we got 10. That's still amazing. Let's see if Hershey here will give us anything. Look at that, Hershey gave us the rest of it. Yeah, lots and lots and lots of chickens, lots and lots of food. Even some rabbits. Alright, so I am now going to put away the fountain cups full of milk because those are meant to sustain me by shutting up the hunger. We are no longer sustaining ourselves just by shutting up the hunger because that is a weight loss mentality. We are now trying to gain weight, not lose. And these rabbits are to be butchered. We have a butchering spot out back now. Can't use the hook on these things, but we can use the correct spot so we don't get blood everywhere else. So there is inefficiency to what we're doing right now. We should have read the butchering book and the animal care book before doing any of that. But that is alright. I'm not that mad about it, it's just rabbits. Animal care for the milking. We would have gotten like a level. Gotten a level from just milking the cows. I'm just going to churn one stick of butter because this is actually, it takes a long time to churn. Well, you know what? I'm going to do the lazy thing because I have a lot of things on my mind right now, a lot of things I'm trying to accomplish. The lazy thing in Project Zomboid, you want to start putting on weight, eat an entire stick of butter. It's stupid, and I think it's gamey. We shouldn't have to do it, but that took us out of weight loss, already put us into weight gain. And it even shut up the hunger. But it also makes you unhappy because butter is nasty if you just eat it straight. And nacho cheese is already going stale, which is truly regrettable because we cannot freeze the nacho cheese, and therefore it is doomed to eventually go rotten, and there's literally nothing we can do about it. So all three of these stir fries, we are going to butter, margarine, oil, and you know what? We're going to peanut butter them as well. Everything I just described are highly calorie dense. So butter, veggie oil, olive oil, and margarine. Those are all things we can toss into these stir fries. Now, do I have to do this to gain weight? No. In fact, I could gain weight just using butter and just adding, you know, eggs, butter, and some rabbit meat. That's what I would do if I didn't have all this other stuff. I'm mostly just using this stuff because I have it and because it's relevant. We're getting cooking experience for it, so that's always a good thing. Speaking thereof, we're also just putting eggs straight into the oven because that is a lovely, easy way to level cooking until it won't be. At some point, it won't be able to do that. Oh, we also need to remake our coffee, so while we're waiting for that to cook. Yeah, so we are now in weight gain, and after we eat the 3 of these, we will be in rapid weight gain quite easily. Since we're close to bedtime, I'm going to go ahead and we're just going to wash up, and then we're going to spend the evening reading some books that are somewhat relevant. Oh, we've already read the next butchering book. I forgot about that completely. Okay, cool. In that case, Animal Care is the only book that I don't have read that is going to be relevant anytime soon here. If you have books to read, doing so while gaining weight is the optimal thing to do, because gaining weight, you burn like very few calories while you're just sitting around. Oops. Don't forget the reading glasses. These spectacles, as it were. Not tired enough to sleep. Guess we're reading for another hour then. Perhaps another 2 hours. Not quite into rapid weight gain yet. I was hoping for that, but alas. We'll get there. In the meantime, we'll hold on to that one and resume where we left off with the railings up here. Oh, I left the rods down here. $78 experience per fence. Very nice. I'm literally just short by 2. That's okay. We'll find some more steel rods somewhere at some point. Alright, Gonna water the crops and then move the generator upstairs. It's been a few days since we've had rain. Oh, wow. I let time get away from me. We were actually getting close to the generator running out of fuel. It was down to like 30-something. I usually don't let it get that low. Condition was fine, though. And now we put it at its new home on the 3rd floor. And it is only powering one pump, just as I intended. It is going to be powering the, whatchamacallits now, the bathroom down there. Just fantastic. I'm going to go ahead and refill these welding torches. We have a lot to refill. So I think we can eliminate this partially filled propane tank, and then probably most of another. A full propane tank can refill 7 empty torches, and I think a little bit of one after that. I'm not 100% sure on the exact totals. Yeah, okay, so this one is now fully expended. On to this one. And we may be able to fully expend this one. Yeah, we've got 9 torches to refill. So we used about 1.5 tanks. Yeah, something like that. and we're now level 4.5. So that's a pretty good ROI. I would say we came along swimmingly with that. That means I have one full tank left, but now it's not going to be full anymore. It is currently always more efficient to store propane in your torches. If anybody's not familiar, a full propane tank, because it weighs 10, but it can only fill like 7 torches. Meanwhile, a full torch weighs 1. So a full propane tank, once you put it in torches, weighs like 7 point something instead of 10. So if you have enough torches and they're empty, get the propane out of your cans and into the torches. Currently, we have a total of 13 torches on our person. We may have some elsewhere. Probably some elsewhere here in town that we haven't looted yet either. Gonna fill up the gas cans here. Now we are concluded with this staircase. That is the exterior staircase. We're just going to get rid of it. Repurpose the planks. We had an odd number, so I'm going to put a floor right there. Doesn't look like it, but this is an intact floor right here. A little spooky because it's invisible. Very spooky, actually. Kind of like to see what that looks like from a distance. The roof actually up and everything. Look at that. So we're just missing the missing that one right there. I do like how the half gable removal there worked out for me. It just kind of does look like now I've got a, I've got the half gable there so that the main roof still has the water fall off of it, we'll just have to say headcanon that we've got a system for a drainage system for the flat part of the roof there. Now it does look a little weird to have the fences going around like that, but my safety is more important than the appearance up there for now. Do not want for there to be chances of falling off, and it's also a carpentry experience, so a little bit of everything going for me there. And we have a couple of rain barrels here. Gonna go ahead and place one upstairs over the kitchen sink. I'm sorry, over the second floor kitchen sink right here. So one out there in the corner. I'm not particularly attached to that sink, but that barrel is. I suppose I'll just go ahead and put the other one up here too. At some point. And that actually ended up using every single plank that we got from our previous haul, which is perfectly okay. We don't have a lot more carpentry to do until we've read the book, which we don't have the book, so that's a moot point for now. I am going to go get a couple of dispensers. Locally available, we have, I believe we have one in the police department and the county office. These two propane tanks being empty need to be separated from the one that's not empty. When a propane tank is empty, you can smelt it for steel, which is something I'll do eventually. There is a large stone out in the yard there. I actually want to turn that into a wheel, if you will. In order to do that, I want to bring a crafting surface to the rock as opposed to bringing the rock to a crafting surface. It is easier to do it that way. We are now in rapid weight gain. BEA, beautiful. Just had to eat that third stir fry. I'm going to get rid of the support beams for that silly, whatchamacallit, staircase. Don't think that's going to impact the stairs themselves. Nope, still there. I'm going to move the trailer out of the way here so that we can drive. As I was saying, just going to put the trailer on the grass in front of the bathroom here. Call it the outhouse, yeah. No, there's no mods. The race cars are part of the game now. They were added in 42 point... before 42.13, I know that. By the way, hi. Yeah, we've got plenty of room. We're still carrying around our welding gear. To find a new home for the battery charger now that we've moved the generator. Just put it next to the pumps, I guess. Does the race car need a new battery? Because this is a perfect sports car battery. Yeah, why not? This one's a 96. Replace it with a 100. I don't think there's going to be very much in the way of welding equipment that we can find while we're out, but if there is any, we'll take it. Because just a few more steel rods and I could get the roof finished up there. I think we'll have enough room for this, the gun stuff we pulled out of the rural supply here. It's going to be a tight fit. Haven't actually been in here yet. Thought there'd be a water cooler here. Might not be. Bathroom? Janitor's closet. Nails, box of garbage bags, saw blade. I really should be getting started on those whatchamacallits, improvised axe weapons that I can make with saw blades. They're pretty good. They go on the back, so it'll spare me usage of some whatchamacallit, firefighter axes. I particularly enjoy the fact that we get axe experience without worrying about sharpening. Chinese takeout container. I'm particularly glad that I can use that as a handbag. Nice. 10 out of 10. Game of the year. There's the water cooler. I knew there was one in here somewhere. Seems like I'm being overly cautious, even though there might not be anything in here. Yes, absolutely. 110%. There's always those quiet ones. Coffee. This whole place is twice as valuable now just by the existence of that coffee. No coffee machine though, which that's a tragedy. That's a tragic commentary in and of itself. Too heavy for inventory, so I'm gonna go and empty some stuff into the vehicular device, and then we'll go get that again. Oh, My backpack doesn't even fit in the trunk right now. Carrying around a little too much. Call that an oopsie doodles. Alright, now I can pick it up. Actually, I dropped as much as I would need to pick up a fridge. This is no fridge, this is simply a dispenser. Mission accomplished, though. We have ourselves a dispenser now. Dispenser means we can put milk in it and have milk on tap, which means fewer trips all the way over to milk the cows. See, the ability to just park right there and unload the vehicle into the base would be great. Oh, here's what I'm going to do first. I'm going to park the vehicle right next to the other one's trunk, and we're going to see if there are any ammo cartons that can be built using the ammo we just picked up and the ammo we already have. Perhaps negative? Oh, I don't even think I looted the ammo yet. No, I didn't actually loot much ammo at all from the, yeah, okay. So there's actually still looting to be done in that building, the Farming and Rural Supply. So there's both guns and ammo in there, and I just looted the guns, so that was what I would like to call a job half done. Curse upon my house. I'm not usually that bad. But at least that means I don't have to think too much about ammo cartons right now. I'm going to need to start carrying around fewer magazines now, reload magazines, because I am now in the phase where whatchamacallit, we have more kit to be carrying around at any given time. This requires more thought than I considered. Interesting. Carrying around both a fork and a spoon is actually holding me back a little bit. How's it going, Duxie? This is indeed Zomboid right here. We're reaching levels of Zomboid that shouldn't be possible. Actually, I think that's an okay balance. Yeah, we put the reading glasses and the battery into the. Well, you know what? Yeah. Okay. This is, that's definitely one of the, Alice kits of all time. But yeah, that leaves us with 2 replacement magazines we can leave in the satchel for now. E-tool goes back in the satchel. And we are kitted out to the maximum. It's, we have a lot of stuff in our Alice belt and suspenders now. Still in rapid weight gain, which is exactly what I want to be right now. Oh, burned a light bulb. Well then. Put lakeside behind the fridge. I can. Interesting. Okay. Good to know. Who needs to be able to open the fridge? I just need to be able to stand in front of it. Great. I love it. Last thing to place is the new dispenser. Circular saw blade. already got a metalworking punch out here. Just got 2 now. Grab metal in with the welding gear. And of course now we have a second sledgehammer, because of course we do. Just put that right over there next to the other one. The first sledgehammer we found just outside of Riverside. The second one we found right here in town, here in, whatchamacallits? Ballast Lake. And bedtime. Going to add water from the dispenser bottle into the barrel here. Then we're going to turn around and fill the dispenser bottle with milk so that we have our milk dispenser. That got our dispenser bottle about 12 liters. So Hershey here will finish that out for us. So having a dispenser bottle full of cow's milk, that allows us to, like, fill, for example, I could fill up a 1 liter bottle with milk and then drink the whole thing, and that will get me about 1,000 calories, roughly. So that would be a very easy way to maintain my weight gain. Meanwhile, we've got these little fountain cups full of milk just to shut the hunger up, if that's all we need to do. Milk is on tap. We only have a little bit of time left before it's bedtime again, so I'm going to finish off the night by reading some Aminal Care. Alright, today's the day we start talking about blacksmithing. There should no longer be any barriers that I'm aware of. Yeah. I'm looking at my skill sheets and I'm seeing a lot of pretty happy numbers in there. So let's get the stop sign out of the way here. Alright, we're going to need a bucket of clay cement. And we're also just going to need a bunch of straight up clay. We'll need about 20 clay. So that means there is no clay around this small pond that I've got the animal feeding area there. What I'm going to do is get some clay from the north. There is a different lake a little bit further north that is full of clay deposits. Now, when I say full of clay deposits, I mean there's a few. It looks like I may have slightly overestimated how many, but I will take what we've got here. Basically, every one of these deposits is at least one full bag of clay, sometimes multiple. We've got 23 sacks, which is way more than we'll need. Now, the further in this direction we go, the more likely it is we might run into a straggler from the purge that we did in this area. It's always a possibility that somebody got stuck in one of these trees, didn't get the memo. Yeah, I'm not seeing very much clay. So every sack of clay that we're getting is 8 units of clay. We'll need at least... we will need at least 20 clay to make a kiln. And then a little bit of clay on top of that to... We're going to have to level pottery high enough to make a blacksmith anvil mold. I don't even know if that has a significant skill requirement. But in any case, that's all the clay in the Phallus Lake area. That is a total of 6 sacks of clay, so that's 6 times 8. I'm not very good at mental math right now. 48 units of clay. So that's 20 for the kiln, and then 28 clay to screw around with. Let's see how far that gets us. Now, placement of the kiln is very important because it determines where everything else is going to be placed. So I need to reference some of my own screenshots here of my former bases. Going back in time. And I think this was one of my favorite placement situations here. We did the... This is the kiln furnace side, and then the other side was the forge side. That is a bit of a close-up. We've got a better view here, but it is zoomed all the way out. So we've got that, and that. Okay. And that was 3 tiles in between. Okay, I like that. We can make that work. I think we can make that work well. I'm looking at the world without this wall right now. That door, even that door is not really necessary. But let's say that we've got 4 tiles there. That is nowhere near enough for a facsimile go in that direction. So... But on this side, now we're talking. But that would mean the bathroom is in the way. Put the furnace there. Yeah, okay. So we would do it backwards then. Do it backwards, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think I can make that work. So these sacks identify where the furnace is going to be. That would put the kiln right here. And that would put the truck with the charcoal right here. Okay. I can make that work. Which would mean the forge itself would be right here. Yeah. We can make that work. I actually kind of like it. So I'm going to use these remaining sacks here to draw an outline for the forge itself. The forge itself being 3 wide. Sort of like an L shape. Yeah, it's basically an L shape. And the silly bucket has to go all the way out there, so the forge is... Yeah, okay. I think I'm certain about this. Yep. This will require some sledge work. And it'll be especially awkward because we are not yet level 10 carpentry, so we can't move some of these cabinets without a risk of destroying them. That is still a very awkward and annoying part about where we're currently at. But that's how the cards fell. I did not manage to secure a level 5 carpentry book. And these are the consequences. I need my trowel now. Got some loose clay that I found earlier. And here it is, paintbrush, plastering, trowel. I even left a pair of tongs in here. Clay sculpting tool, I don't even think I need that, but that needs to go over there. Yeah, okay. Opening one of these sacks of clay here. And then another. And then one more. And we now have enough clay to make the kiln. Oh. Somehow I don't have a mason's trowel? Oh, the plastering trowel doesn't count, right. Dupe. I know I have a mason's trowel somewhere. Just a challenge of finding it. Okay, maybe I don't have a mason's trowel. Somehow. Well, carving a trowel then. That is my privilege as a carver. So pottery table and then wheel and press. So pottery table there, wheel and then press there. So I will have to end up taking out those walls too. And you know what? That's fine. Yeah, that's okay. We'll make it work. This place was always going to be too constricting long term. Alright, here goes nothing. have us a liter of cow's milk here. So we are going to need some more planks. Yeah, we'll just go cut a tree here. And this is where I go get another firefighter axe. At one point, we'll actually need just a straight-up log for the forge itself, so I'm just going to leave a straight-up log right there. And then I'm going to sit right here, saw the rest, because we've got some cables and whatnot to build over here. Sheet. We need one sheet for the pottery table. And then everything else pretty much is nails, but then we'll need a wheel at some point for the pottery wheel itself. Pottery bench. We wanted to move the press. Right, okay, yeah. So, press should have been one tile over. And now it's too heavy to move. Alright, you know what? That's fine. That's fine, we'll deal with it. We will deal with it. We can move it later if we have to. Everything except for the kiln can still be moved. Things still appearing out of nowhere. Hey Daniel, doing pretty well today. Not too much of interest going on at the immediate moment. We are leveling skills, building a forge at the moment, so that we can do some blacksmithing, get ourselves the best weapons in the game, also known as swords, machetes, that kind of stuff. I need a crafting surface. We're going to bring a crafting surface to the large stone that I left out here. And then we will turn that stone into a wheel. That I need a chisel. Oop. So we need a small wheel and a stone wheel. Small wheel into my backpack. And I'm just going to do the same thing. I'm going to carry around the table as a crafting surface and deploy it right next to some larger stones here. It's a lot easier than dropping everything so that we can pick up the stone itself. Now we'll make another regular stone wheel here. That weighs 20. So I'm going to put that into a handbag here. What am I thinking? I can still pick up. Yeah, that'll just make it weigh 26. Okay. So picking this up and putting it back down next to the next large stone over here. Now we get another stone wheel. And that one goes directly into the backpack. And I think that's all the wheels we need for the immediate moment. I think we're going to run out of planks. Yeah, we're going to run out of planks. So here's another 4 planks by grabbing that log and then this large branch. Saw log first, saw large branch, make grind stone, and make pottery wheel. Except I was supposed to put it back there. Now the grindstone, I think, is still the easiest of these things to move because suddenly it only weighs 5 encumbrance. That is definitely a placeholder. They're going to make it weigh like 40 later on. There's no getting around the pottery wheel. It's a 2-tile object. Just put it there for now. Grindstone I always like to have next to the forge. And that is everything we were carrying around just now. So in summary, we spent one of the large wheels on the grindstone, and then a large wheel and a small wheel on the pottery wheel here. And we had to get 4 extra planks because each of these cost 4 planks each. So we are once again out of planks, but that's okay. We put them all to good use. Next, we need to make some bellows. That is also going to be more planks. Shan't abide these trees, ever. Cursed things. But I don't need the table out today. We will need a wooden blacksmith anvil mold, so I'm going to go ahead and make one of those. That is 4 planks and 1 nail. And I'm just going to leave that right next to the press right here, because that's where it needs to be. Next, we're going to need some bellows. For that, we need 2 medium handles and then a medium leather. The medium leather we made a long time ago. That medium leather was promised to us 3,000 years ago. It is actually in that garbage bag outside already. The handles is what I need. Here we are, medium handle times 4. That is a fluke that I happen to have those. I was planning on carving them, but if I already have them, then I don't have to. So here's the medium leather. Now these bellows are massive, and therefore... Oh no, I think they fixed this. Bellows used to be unbelievably massive. I think they are no longer unbelievably massive. Beautiful. They weigh like 1.0 now. That sounds like a overcompensation in the other direction. But in any case, we put one where we're going to put the furnace, which is right here. We put another where we're going to put the forge, which is right here. And you always want to put it in the back corner, so because the back corner is where you have to stand when you're going to craft it, or you build the thing. Clay cement is next. You can make clay cement out of clay and grass, or clay and sand. I prefer the current scenario. I much prefer grass because we have a literal billion grass in the area. Am I building a big base? I'm building what I have to build in order to level blacksmithing. There is no... I can't engage with with agriculture or blacksmithing without building something. So even though Dani is not going to be building a grand base like I did in Riverside, we have to build something. There's literally no getting around it if you want to engage with most of the systems that B42 offers you. So we're building a base, but it is not like the massivest of bases. Just it's going to be what we need to defend our build, and then defend some crops that will be necessary for leveling other skills, and blacksmithing, of course, which is a critical skill. You're not playing Build 42 if you're not doing a little bit of blacksmithing here and there. Got all these eggs, probably several of them fertilized. Once again, I'm sticking them all into the oven. Now, if I just didn't want to engage with the best melee weapons in the game, then I would just avoid blacksmithing and not build a base. That doesn't... I do know that there's a blacksmithing forge that exists in the world somewhere already. I'm not letting the game tell me where to build things. That's not how I roll. I was going to take some of the animals' grass, but no, I've got a scythe. I'm just going to cut it myself. Scythe right here on the floor. I was like, wait a minute, where? It's right there. Grass is all ugly looking anyway. Alright, that was way more than we needed. I'm just going to dump it all right here. And then we're going to go get a bucket. An anvil, and so are we talking about a blacksmith anvil or a bench anvil? Because these are not the same. Oh, now I just need the clay. Okay. See, a blacksmith anvil weighs 40 encumbrance and is a requirement to build a blacksmith forge. But the bench anvil is something that's in the game right now, but doesn't do anything. I don't even know why it's in the game, but it is in the game. Seems to exist just to be confusing. Yeah, I think we can actually go ahead and make it. I don't think we're missing anything else. So we've got 70 stone blocks here that we made the other day. I click grab half, and I hit escape when I get to 30. Or was it 40? 40 for this one. Yeah, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we can make an advanced furnace. Rather quick and anticlimactic, but got the job done. Now we are quite hungry. I'm going to go and cook these eggs so none of them hatch. Now these 30 stone blocks that we have left over, just going to pick them up and toss them on the floor where the forge is going to be now that we know where it's going to be. And this is the part where we need to make both a bucket and an anvil. The bucket is going to be the harder part. The bucket is where I'm glad that we've leveled welding, because welding is one of the easier ways early game. If you don't do any blacksmithing ahead of time, you can use welding to rip apart some wrecked vehicles and get your hands on some iron bands. Iron bands are a prerequisite to make the large wooden buckets that you need to make one large wooden bucket in order to make a advanced forge. So I'm going to leave the bucket of clay cement on the floor up here. And we've already got our welding vehicle here. Let's weld apart a burned wreck somewhere. I'm sure there is a wrecked vehicle or burnt wreck within a reasonable distance that we can locate. I do sincerely wish we could just rip apart regular vehicles, but we cannot. Oh, I know where there are some not burned wrecks, but regular vehicle wrecks. Where we found the trailer down here. I was going to get the trailer fixed at some point, maybe, but the priority now is to just weld apart a car. Usually I like to wait until I'm like much higher level before I weld apart vehicles. But in this case, we need iron bands. So even if I'm not getting full ROI, still fine. Grab a torch out of the trunk there. Now we are entering territory where it is likely I'm going to start running into some Zeds. Ooh, picnic tables. I'm going to disassemble those on my way back. Picnic tables are a way to get some steel and, yeah, just some steel parts in addition to the wooden parts when you disassemble them. Here we are. Always take a quick peek at the mechanics before you disassemble with welding, because every once in a while there's actually, look at that, look at that, look at that. A couple of 100% quality tires on these things. These will be deleted if I just were to weld it apart. And that's a tragedy right now. So I'm just going to take them off, and I'm literally just going to leave them behind because I don't immediately need them. We already have a complement of good stuff elsewhere. I can't bring myself to delete these for no reason. Also, this is a perfect opportunity to just level my mechanics a little bit by pulling parts off of vehicles. I don't have a lot of daylight to work with, though, so that is the new setting. Respawn is turned off by default now. So there's stuff on the driver's seat, and because of that, I cannot take the seat out. I also need the car key, which is also really silly. Oh, and there's gasoline. Huh. You're telling me there's a full tank of gas in that thing, and I would... Oh, man, that's tragic. I don't think I have a gas can anywhere. Truly cursed. This one does not have any gas in it, so I'm probably going to dismantle this one and leave the other one behind. I've always felt very weirded out by the nature of these crashed vehicles happening to have one or two perfect condition parts, while the rest of the parts that are not even close to where the wreck happened are just garbage. So that was terrible. Like, that was actually terrible. I feel pathetic for how little we got out of that. But it is what it is. Even more weaponry that I forgot about in the passenger seat. It's a total of 20 liters in here. Yeah, I just can't bring myself to waste 20 liters of gasoline. I just can't do it. So I'm just going to bring the vehicle back with me. Yeah, we'll just bring the vehicle back with me. I think we can handle that. Especially if I take the other tires off. The act of taking the tires off makes it easier to tow. As stupid as that sounds. We only actually landed about 17 encumbrance of stuff here. Now, it's going to be a roll of the dice as to whether we actually get what I'm trying to get, which is a iron band. We got a small iron band, but I don't think that is actually going to help us. Let me double check this. Is it an iron band or a small? Oh, no, it's a small iron band, so we only needed to get one more. Okay. Good to know. So yeah, it looks like if it looks like we're towing this thing without any resistance, yeah, I'm kind of making use of a bit of a bug there. Theoretically, this should be as hard to as difficult to tow as a burn direct would be, but it is still just a regular vehicle in terms of towing, and so if you take the tires off, it tows without any resistance because the tires are what applies resistance to the road. Alright, so like I said, I want to rip apart these picnic tables while we're here. Chance to break is only 3. Interesting. Oh, shit, there's a zombie right there. And I did not even notice. There's multiple zombies right here. Neither of us noticed each other. Yeah, that's right. Killed your homie. I'm going to put steel in one bag and planks in the other, because I can use both right now. So that right there is a whole bunch more welding stuff and general use planks and whatnot. And we still need at least one more iron band, which I'm about 90% sure we'll get at least one from this truck after I get the gas out of it, which I'm just not willing to waste. Also, since I'm bringing it back with me, I will go ahead and rip all the other parts out of it The simple act of trying and probably failing to rip the other parts out of it will get me a pretty decent amount of mechanics experience. So the other parts that I can rip out are things like brakes and suspensions. If you try to do that at low-level mechanics to good vehicles, then you'll just damage the parts. But this is not a good vehicle. This is trash. Costs me nothing but time. But that is why we waited until now to do stuff like this, because we've got all the time in the world now. Moving the steel rods into the trunk. Steel rods are for welding, and right now the trunk is loaded with welding stuff. I'm willing to bet that there's some wrecks probably in the town area once we turn into some of these residential roads. I have not fully explored some of these residential roads yet. I'm actually just giving it some time to cook because residential roads become strategic resources. After a long enough time, you get those chances for late game survivor homes. So all these steel bar quarters, steel chunks, steel pieces, steel bar halves, all for metalworking and blacksmithing at some point here. Weight gain, we are at 74 kilo and rising. So it is okay to shut the hunger up with a little bit of milk. Speaking thereof, I'm actually going to go ahead and just siphon the gas. Yeah, start with that. And now we're going to try to take the brakes out, even though they're going to probably break. We're going to break the brakes, as it were. Remember, every time we fail, we damage the part, but we also get experience. So I'm quite literally grinding my experience in addition to grinding these brakes. Let me double check and make sure of that. So 521.5. 541. So we got like just over 20 experience. Now that was a success though. Let me try this one more time. So 541. We failed. Oh, so we got like a very small amount of experience for failing. Okay, so we're getting experience, just nowhere near as much as we would if we succeeded. So that's definitely makes sense, but at the same time, annoying. Chance of success for the gas tank is like 20%. That's alright. Okay, I'm going to pull the radio, and that is about it. Damn it, I didn't get another iron band. That's truly cursed. Okay, well, I will have to reassess that momentarily here. I do have to step away briefly IRL. So what I'm going to do is have her read a book for a moment after we get our second sleep here. We may need to go on a vehicle hunt. I know places where I can find them. Still in weight gain. Oh no, somebody died. Alright, we have a seat. Reading glasses on. Animal care in hand. And I'll be right back, folks. Just a moment. Alright, so I am back. I appreciate everybody sticking around. Place the battery in my flashlight here. $80 kilos, still a rapid weight gain. Alright, so without a second iron band, we cannot proceed with blacksmithing yet. So, that means we need to find another car to weld apart. These garbage bags actually should be next to where the forge itself is actually going to be, which is going to be right here. Because the forge will make use of this stuff more than the furnace. The only stuff that I'm going to need near the furnace is going to be iron and not steel. I'm going to try to get ahead of the fact that we're probably going to have some more gas to empty. So I'm going to try to take a couple of gas cans with me. If I could just empty this one here. Maybe not so easily. Oh, this old generator never got any gas put into it. So there's, yeah, we can get... I kind of wish I could just add fuel to the reservoirs of these gas pumps. Because I would absolutely do that if I could. I would also add preservatives to the fuel reservoirs if I could. Thankfully, that's not a feature we have to worry about yet. I'm sure it will be someday. Remember, we must be miserable. And if we're not miserable, we're playing the game wrong. Probably. I don't know. I don't know how these devs think. We need to get these tires out of here now. I don't really have a good, like, destination for vehicle parts yet. I'm just going to kind of put them in the area where the truck is, up north there. Alright, if I was smart, I would have marked on the map where where wrecked vehicles were. I'm not smart, though. Let's just go ahead and explore all of Phallus Lake, because there may be some more vehicle wrecks that we can find just here in town. If I'm going to be exploring, then I may need to fight. I also may need to avoid Zeds. I'm going to take the sports car, or the race car, rather. Oh, another thing. If I am going to go out there and seek of another vehicle, then I want to make sure that if I have to weld it apart on the spot, that I am the proper level of welding for that I can be, because I think I'm not far, well, halfway through here. Yeah, at 78 per fence, I don't think I can get too many more fences. And still actually, yeah, that's probably not going to work, but I'm going to try it anyway. We've got enough for 2 more fences. I only need 1 more right now, so... Oh, but I can weld steel sheets apart now. So maybe we'll do some more metal floors up top. Because I would like to see if I can actually get to the next level before we deploy. So I'm going to try. Let's do what we can here. $65 experience just to cut 4 sheets. enough for the roof for now. I'm gonna do metal floors underneath the whatchamacallits, underneath the infrastructure here. Beautiful. Exactly what I was looking for. Still got a fair amount of dub rods to work with. Propane as well. So initial goal, we're just going to explore the area. If we happen to nail a car, fantastic. We've also got secondary goals that we could achieve while we're out. We'll see what the neighborhood has to offer us. There's probably not a lot of real estate. I don't know if I've ever gone that deep into Fallis Lake, because I usually never stay here for residential. This is my first time ever staying here for residential. Or long enough to explore residential. There's like a loop, maybe another loop back here. Tops. Yeah, it is not significant. There is a propane tank in that grill down there, though. That is congenial to my interests. Very much so. I almost drove straight into that fence because I didn't see it very well. This game shan't fool me. It's like 80% full. It's great. Don't ask me why that guy didn't notice me. The vagrants have a tendency to never notice me sometimes. Like I could, some of the vagrants are so blind that I could just go right up to them. You can give the music a kick by pulling these guys. There it is. There is another barbecue there. Sweet. not coming home empty-handed, but I have a feeling there's not going to be much more of a shot for wrecked vehicles back here. Anytime you explore a road, you technically got a shot, but yeah, there's nothing back here. No survivor houses either. But there is an entire residential sector on the other side of town, too. Wrecked vehicles, as far as I understand it, the chances are higher in towns than outside of towns. But that is still a very wayward shot. I see uglies. I see a lot of uglies. Am I gonna shoot uglies? Maybe not. There's a lot of uglies here. Fuck. God damn it. I hate it when it's not... That was not a very reliable move there. Shouldn't have tried it. It's a lunch break here. Assholes. Just eating that guy for no reason. Fix that problem. Oh. We've got the, warehouses down here. I think, if I'm not mistaken, these warehouses are full of two things. Jack and shit. And Jack left town. No, I can't even make that joke because they'd actually be useful if they were full of shit, because then I could get my fertilizer bins full. No, they're empty crates as far as I remember. A yet-to-be-defined loot table. I could be confusing them with other warehouses, but if I am, that is not an issue right now because I am searching for vehicles. I know for a fact that there are some warehouses that look just like that one that are full of empty crates. I don't even know exactly where this road leads. I just know that it's road, and road is a shot at crashed vehicles. I'm having fun driving this vehicle, the race car around. It's a lot of fun. I really like this thing. Ah, these are the military, little cardboard cutout houses for the military personnel. Look at that, I just drove around in front of that asshole and he never even stood up. See, I guess the people who live in those cardboard houses didn't need any, no cars or anything like that. Have I stored fuel in M4s? No, why would I do that? I've got a gas station right in front of my base. I would balk at the idea of doing so because the M4 is by definition an open container. Maybe you can close it. Maybe you can put a lid on it like you can with the rain barrel. I don't know. That doesn't sound like a risk that I personally would be willing to take. If I'm going to put gasoline into something, it's going to be a sealed container. Oh, hello. That is a Survivor Zombie event. I think I have some time before I get tired. So, checking my map real quick. We are here. Yeah. Maybe I'll, get back out on 163 or something after I kill this group. But I need to kind of, I need to get on it now if I'm going to do it, because this fatigue is going to hit me any minute now. And I don't feel like wasting a coffee if I don't have to. Nice. I'm going to try to... I'm going to 9mm these guys. Rounds. Clean these up with the 38 special. Come on. Nope. Clear. This bad boy right here is my prescription aviator glasses. Hell yes. My dude. My absolute dude. He had, bulletproof vest shin armor. I don't know what color that's in, but I'm taking it. This is one of the guys who thought a fanny pack was enough. That must be why he died, among other reasons. Ha! He had a copy of Longblade 5 on him. So, after 2 characters, Annie Mae and Nora the Explora, failed to find a copy of Longblade 5 throughout their entire lives. Collectively, that was about 1,200 hours of my life across those 2 characters. We never found a single copy of Longblade 5. Dani the Drifter here has found 2 copies of Longblade 5 now. Okay, yeah. That's how it is. That is indeed, friends, that is how it is. People don't think it be like it be, but it do. I do not care about duplicates of the rest of these books. Away with you. Remaining stuff is not particularly important, but I'll hold on to it. In fact, what I'm going to do is put that entire duffel bag into my main backpack. And off we go. This is the most important thing. I got the sunglasses. Some of what I just picked up I'm going to put into the vehicle, I suppose, to get it out of the way. Ooh, plastic spork. I think that actually is something I want, because that means I no longer have to carry around both a spoon and a fork. I think with a spork I can get accelerated eating with both soup foods and roast foods. Alright, that's all the vehicle storage. It never has had much. But I do want to, if I happen to find what I'm looking for, which is a wrecked vehicle, I would prefer to have plenty of room in my main backpack to carry around stuff. So if I go straight, hey, look at that. That is not a wreck that I can weld apart. Hey, I wanted a wreck, and I got a wreck. It just wasn't a weldable wreck. First. I refuse to let this be a total wash. I'm going to steal the radios so that I can get some electrical experience and or parts. The road is just disintegrating before my very eyes. Aye. R.I.P. road. R.I.P. Oh, I see. It's just a loop around to the, okay. So it doesn't actually lead straight to 163. Not that there would be much stopping me from just going off-road to 163. I don't have a sledgehammer, though. So if there's a barbed wire fence, then yes, there would be things stopping me. Also, this field. No, I ain't crashing through no field. But if we can just do this, which we will only be able to do so for a time until these small trees start becoming larger ones. Imagine taking a race car like this off-road. Ooh. I'm pretty sure they are very, very specifically built to never go on anything other than a really well-maintained racetrack. But the way this game plays, we are incentivized to do certain things, such as use the most powerful horsepower engine to do a lot of tasks that probably be better reserved for other vehicles. Still gaining weight. Looks like a dead end to me. Not even the fun kind. These are some nooks and crannies of the map that I never actually paid much attention to, so always down for a little bit of exploration. I wonder. I have a theory. My theory is correct. This will connect to a road up here, and it'll be much faster to go this way. There are Zeds up here. There's a blower forge in there. That is something potentially interesting. If there's a blower forge, does that mean there might be other metalworking stuff? The electric blower forge I do not think is functional yet. What? Oh, it's a fire. Like, that's it. It is a fire. I'll take it, but I don't think you actually do anything with it. Oh, it's also a double placed. Dub rods. Sweet. Steel sheets, iron pipe, steel bar, nuts and bolts, fresh filters. Mechanics 4 and 5. A perfect sports car battery, so there's yet another one. So some pretty useful stuff in here, but not what I was hoping for. I was hoping for some iron bands. And the only reason I thought we may have seen iron bands there was the fact that there was the iron forge there. It's making me a little curious about what else is in these buildings. I just went right past them before, but imagine locking your stuff. Yeah, okay. Fuck all in here. Not even empty crates, just an empty building. It's a packing plant of some kind. What do they pack? Who knows? It doesn't seem to be there right now. Now, there is a way to make iron bands without actually getting one from welding. I always prefer to get them from welding if I can manage. But if I don't find something to weld apart by the time we look through the rest of the town tomorrow, then yeah, we're just going to build a simple forge. Hey, look at that. Here we go. Mission success. At the last minute, too. Perimeter check. I don't see anything immediately. Keeping our ears open. Iron band and a small iron band. Perfect. Alright, boys, we are going to be able to make a forge relatively easy once we get home here. The dominoes are lined up and ready to start falling over. Just for the sake of curiosity. Can't just leave an undefended shed here. Tell me not to peek, because I'm going to peek. I was mostly looking out for a generator. That would have been something very useful to put on the map. Come back for later. Whew. Okay, we're good, we're good. Yeah. That was a little, this thing's, accelerator is always going to be more powerful than its brakes. And if you're not careful when you brake, you could go swerve. If you're not careful when you swerve, you're going straight into something. Put this stuff away before I go to bed. Still gaining weight. as a magazine on the tool use of early man, which teaches me a whole bunch of napping recipes, most of which I'm probably going to be too low level to actually use. It's no problem. We now have 2 iron bands in our possession. I now go get the other floodlight here. Bring it around back. Make ourselves one of them buckets. We're going to need a couple medium handles. Small handle, just one. And then we need wire, which we picked up too. Got a billion small handles somewhere. Yeah, there. Spool of wire. Make wooden buckets. So 2 iron bands, which we got from the car. Also wire, which we got from the car. Now, we could have gotten the wire from other places, but I think the car happened to be the most convenient. So the large bucket goes on the floor up here, as it is a part of the forge to be. And food together. I don't think the... Oh, no, that's interesting. Ah, okay. Nice. The compass actually shows us our heading. If I equip it. You know, I believe, personally, that we should be able to have a compass in our hands, and that should show the mini-map while we have a compass in our hand. I know the devs don't want mini-maps to be a part of the base game without the sandbox setting enabled. But if you let us carry around a compass in our main hand, maybe that should be the thing. Alright, so next step is the blacksmith anvil. That's going to be an interesting thing because we need to fill both of these crucibles with iron. For that, we're going to need charcoal, and quite a bit of it. So for charcoal, here's a thought. What happens if I repair the trunk of the fire truck? That would bring it to 79 at my current welding level. Huh. I don't know how I feel about that. See, I want to have a D6 eventually for carrying around charcoal. There's probably another D6 out there right now in town. We're going to take a look for that real quick because that will help us tremendously with gathering charcoal. Bull drivers do not count as D6s. Now here's one. This one is probably going to have a really shitty engine quality though. Engine quality 100, but everything else on it is shitty. Okay. Well. It's definitely a thing. So you need something that can actually drive right now without me having to level mechanics all the way up so that I can do engine repairs. I can't remember if there was one down here by the bar or not. There's a Z down here by the bar. There should not be a Z down here by the bar. I'm going to remove the Z down here by the bar. Okay then. Hello. Oh, look at this. We got the event. Whatchamacallit? Military zombie event. Little group of military dudes. And it was in the bar, so we're gonna wipe them all out. Looks like we got incoming from north as well. This guy's got a backpack on. Great. The one wearing the backpack is a Twitcher. Permanent ragdoll. I can't loot him while he's like that. I have no idea how long it's going to take him to not be a permanent ragdoll. I feel like a pretty small group for a military zombie group. There's usually cops along with them. Well, I guess that was a much smaller one then. Is he done being a ragdoll? He's done being a ragdoll. Sweet. One of the military Zeds was carrying around a literal American flag. Nice. Guy didn't forget what it means to be patriotic, even if he was robbing a bar. Alright, all this stuff I just picked up, I'm just going to drop it off back at base. So we've already explored the left half of town in that direction, then we're going to take a right here. I suppose if I'm going to be picking up bulletproof vests and other stuff off the ground. Left this one here too for that. Well, there's actually not much in this direction, there's just the church. Actually, I couldn't remember if there's houses in this direction. Nope. Phallus Lake is actually a lot smaller than I remember it being. That's okay. It's Phallus Lake. I know where I can find a nice D6. One that I actually probably want right now, for multiple reasons. But before I think any further on that, I need to extract the stuff that's currently in my inventory and get my milk refilled. That's it for that canned food container. Bottle of gin. Roll credits. I give my fridge an antenna. Nothing more American than an ATM. Perfect fit. sheets. And we're going to go refill some milk. $81 kilos, still in weight gain. The cow milk is enough to keep our calorie over the limit. But as we get closer to 85 kilo, I want to feather that a little bit. Okay, so we're going to go on a brief little trip to a place I've already been, a little town in the north called Brandenburg. And at the Brandenburg Fire Department, there are two, actually, fire trucks. One of them is a D6, like the one in front of me here. One of them is a bull driver. I want the D6 specifically because it is a non-damaged one. The damaged one right there is still in need of lots of repairs, specifically engine repairs, and the trunk is garbage, and yeah, I would much rather have one that's in great condition. So I will. This is the best road to take. I'm pretty sure north here is the, yeah, north here and then Otter Creek. This is actually not as far of a commute as Fallis Lake to Ekron. I need to keep in mind that there's a burned wreck right up there, so I don't need it immediately. But next time I need to weld something apart, that one is that burned wreck was a lot closer to town than the other one. don't know why they were here without the rest of the pack, but I don't really care. Free butchering experience. I will leave their flesh by the side of the road as a warning to their kin. On my way back, I may stop by Riverside. It's going to depend on how much storage space there is available in the trunk of the D6. Pretty sure I already would have taken the weapons out of this, but quick double check. Yeah. Of course, I left it all on the side of the fucking road here. I did not have anywhere near enough room at the time when I came through here. So I just pulled the stuff off of the zombies so that when I did have room, I could come back and pick it up. Do something if you don't mind. Rude. gonna leave the key to it on the driver's seat. It's probably like a lot of wrecked vehicles in this game. I like to imagine it's got a good engine quality. 70, so actually not that good. See, I was relatively sure that there would be a truck of some kind in Riverside, D6 of some kind in Riverside, but I feel like if I'm gonna leave Vallis Lake to go get a vehicle, and I need a D6, and I don't have a vehicle with a light bar yet, or a reliable vehicle with a light bar yet, then there's only one logical option, and that's to go to Brandenburg, where I know there's a decent quality Fire D6 waiting for me. This is a sports car. That is a perfect performance tire for a sports car. That is another perfect performance tire for a sports car. And I can change tires without any problems. There will be only one problem, and that is one of the tires. Whenever you pick up a... Oh, this is 40 out of 40. So it's already full. Never mind. I was about to say that the tire would have a bad inflation if it was on the floor when you first saw it. That is not the case. So we now have 2 performance tires for sports vehicles. And as fate would have it, our current vehicle is full of perfect performance already. Never mind. I'm going to leave these 2 tires here, separate from elsewhere, and we will come back and pick those up at some point when we have the room for it. Because we don't have the room for it right now. Also, when I am higher level in mechanics, I will probably want the windshield from this thing. So we're just going to pull it out of the way for now. But right now there's a 50-50 chance of damaging the windshield, so a perfect windshield is better to just stay there for now. Gas station up there, but I never seem to find much gas in it. There's only one pump, so semi-decent chance of it all being empty. The Brandenburg Fire Department is probably going to have a fair few zombies around it. I will need to be able to create a window of at least like 5 seconds to park correctly, get out, and hook it up. Otherwise, that's all I need. But we're going to find out. Now, there may also be another D6 down here. I remember seeing a D6 for McCoy's logging. Or was it a bull driver? I actually... Now I'm questioning my memory. It was not. It was neither. That is a van. Oh, there's the bull driver right there. I'm gonna fight for this. There's not that many on me. Hatchet, yes please. Copy of Maintenance 4, which I do not currently need. A couple of rope. Probably some decent parts overall. Key in the ignition. Fucking M9? Okay. This is a strapped logger right here. God, I wish I could do that. That'd be fucking amazing if I could do that. No, that was the tornado did that. Come on, slowpokes. How's it going, Kitsuyo? That's okay. Yeah, engine quality is garbage, but the parts are great looking. But I don't have brain capacity to worry about that right now. I was mostly just looking for axes and the like. Full ass can of gas. Some respirator filters. Okay. I know it's just a bull driver, but doing our due diligence. Jeez Louise. Those are some pretty parts. Perfect performance tires. So that is an extremely useful strategic asset for long term. For short term, I couldn't care less. Sports car over there. Lots of steel sheets on the windows of these joints. Mail van, just randomly. I would tow it forward, because I can, but, we, didn't get in a good position for that. I'm just gonna leave this van behind. Lots of pretty cars down there to the south. Fossil D6. Let me leave this van behind at a place that I know I'm gonna come loot in the future. That would be this storage unit facility here. lots of books, but none of them are ones I don't have. And the mail bag is mostly full of garbage. But the mail bag, at the end of the day, is 2 pieces of burlap when I rip it in half. And that is congenial to my interests. An entire parking lot full of vehicles that I mostly don't care about right now. I do want to take a peek at that D6. Fossil D6. There's a lady just no-clipping inside the car there. Nice. Now this is annoying, all these people here. What brings all of you people here, I wonder? Corvette down there. Imagine finding a race car before a Corvette. Absolute state of my run. Easy peasy. I wasn't worried, you were worried. I don't even know what the engine quality of it is. I just know that I wanted to excoriate with it because I can. Fuck. Stand by just a moment. I have no idea why they would want to be calling me right now. It's my doctor's office. I've not spoken to them in months, and there's literally nothing they could need to... Nothing that urgent. It's April 9th. I haven't seen them since... last year? I can't remember if I've even seen them this... No, I've seen them this... January, maybe? Yeah. Anyway. I'm just going to drag this one up to the site where I'm going to make my Brandenburg base eventually. The base that I'm thinking of is actually going to be... I think we might have just passed it. It's right there. It's at that little house. Come on, right here, right here. Out of the road. Come on. Figure it out. That's right. Drag your heavy ass over here so I don't have to. A couple of empty gas cans. Now that is a perfect trunk. So what does the engine look like? '71, and all the parts are amazing. So I don't foresee any reason why the fire truck would not be better than that. The fire truck should be right alongside that in terms of it's probably going to have good parts and an imperfect engine quality. In any case, we're going to find out, and if we have to, we'll compare. I will take the better of the both when I leave this place. Look at how many of them are left where I just was. They really enjoyed me sitting there making a lot of noise. This is Sammy's parking lot here. That's a lot of zombies. But I see an opening. Hello, everybody. Goodbye, everybody. I love this thing. That is the community center. And here we are. Here we are. So there's the bull driver. There is our target. Gonna do a little mosey here. Quiet little mosey. Hook it up at a perpendicular angle. What's up, Marshall? Staying in there today. Wait a minute. What am I doing while I'm here? Am I doing anything? Or would it be too big of a fight? I don't know. I'm gonna go ahead and bail. I'm gonna cut my losses. Yep, cutting my losses. Your D6 will make a fine addition to my collection. I wasn't concerned. I don't know what you're talking about. Now for the true test of my towing forward capabilities. I believe in me. I truly do. I believe in me. You guys have no idea how hard I'm believing in me right now. I believe in me. Oh, yeah. I'm believing so hard right now. Fuck yeah. Hell yeah. 10 out of 10 game of the year. Woo! Ah. Whoa, okay. Careful with that. Taking even slight turns, if you're going over 40 miles an hour towing forward, you will start to drift. I know I call her Dani the Drifter, but we're not doing the Tokyo drift here. We're doing the Muldrow drift. "60 miles an hour is perfectly sufficient for towing forward. I don't want to have to slam the brakes and have the thing just plow into me." Nice little afternoon outing to another town. Yeah, yeah. See, that didn't even have an obstruction. Just we're going if you go faster than 40 and you're taking even the slightest of turns, whatever it is you're towing will just start violently shivering. I'm pretty sure there is some fundamental law of physics going on right there. Boom, right there next to the tires. I'm going to put them straight into the trunk. Two perfect performance tires. Someday we'll probably put those on the blue race car. But we have the blue race car is like a very distant future thing for me right now. I didn't even catch what trunk capacity we were dealing with there. I don't think there's a more direct route than what I'm about to take. No, there's not. It is a little messy, but it'll work. There will be an entire conga line of zombies on this road at some point. And we left them on the north side, so we're going to take the south side back. Yeah, that's probably going to be the next town I visit, is going to be Jametown. We'll hit the military surplus store there, but we'll most importantly clear that extra road there. We want to be able to go straight as an arrow on this side of the road if we can. I'm not turning there, am I? Yes, I am. I'm so used to going straight here because going straight there would take me back to Riverside. But we are not doing a Riverside base this time. We are doing a Fallis Lake base so that we can have a centralized hub as we drift from town to town. Rust base under the bridge. If only we could build under the bridge in this universe. In this universe, there is no such thing as bridges that can go over things. Just bridges that replace things, like the bridge that replaces the water tiles there. Maybe someday we can make our own basements. Today is not that day, and I don't think tomorrow will be either. I believe this is the time where I want to go straight as an arrow on the south side here. Yep, here goes nothing. Just as I planned. I used the north side to go down, so I leave the whole conga line on the north side. Use the south side to get back. If we have to do this road again, we do it in reverse. And then there's this asshole. Just here to mess me up. I mean, I guess it's because it's the only way in and out from a massive gated community. Of course, that doesn't make any sense for the way they present the zombies to us, because the way they present the zombies to us is that they don't give a fuck about fences and they'll just start slapping them. Maybe just a bunch of people thought they couldn't get out through the fences, so they crowded around there, and one person got bit, another person got bit, everybody died. R.I.P. But at that point, I'm writing the story for the devs. I ain't got time for that. No shit. Oh, well, we know it's possible then. Unbelievable. Of course, you on 16 times population, and you finally witnessed it. Will I, on regular default population, will I ever witness it? These unfortunate things have chosen to spawn in the middle of the road while I have a book read. Somehow, every single one of those shots didn't land. That's, yeah. Not sure how that happened, but okay. I wasn't expecting a lot of damage, but not a single shot landed. Lemmy must have been looking out for the rabbits. Just high pop, what is that, 4 times? I forget the numbers. One, wabbits, one. Season, duck season. Believe it or not, I'm actually raising rabbits on this character. We managed to secure a mating pair, 2 babies, male and female. So they are in the pen, they are growing up. We shall not speak of what they will, what purpose they will ultimately serve someday. It will be a purpose, one of the purposes of all time. We might just be home for bedtime here. Lovely little afternoon excursion. Alright, only 10 minutes late for bed after all that. Fantastic. Yeah, the forge is gonna be... It's gonna be real nice when we're done with it. It'll take a minute, but it'll be nice. I'm gonna like it. Alright, these sports car tires we picked up shall go down here with the spare sports car parts, of which there aren't many. Key already in the ignition. Hell yeah. Perfect. Alright, finally, what's the engine quality? That's the last thing I care about right now, but just double checking. So trunk is perfect, engine quality is 66, so it's kind of garbage, but that's alright, we'll deal with it. If we wanted a perfect engine quality, we would wait to repair the one all the way back there, which is still in need of extensive repairs. My general rule of thumb with fire extinguishers is any base that I put together should have a fire extinguisher next to the entrances. Maybe not every single one of them, but until we have need for more. Let's see if this thing is lying or if it's honest. I think it's honest, so the gas port visually is right there. Which means it's got to be like this to fill up. I'm gonna go pick up a barrel, and we're gonna turn that barrel into a burning barrel for charcoal. For that we use 3 stones. Actually, I need that sack of sand now. That is something we'll use for pottery at some point, most likely. Yeah, you can still stop signs. You just need to have a shovel. I don't even think it actually costs any agriculture skill. But yep. Pottery crate has been acquired. I hate light bulbs burning out. Time for bed. Fog today. Guess how little I care. Your rhymes is 0. Oh, we needed four stones, not 3. Oh no, I gotta go pick up another stone. Oh no. It's alright. I'm just gonna build it right here. And we can already get started because there's just that much crap on the floor here. So this is why a D6 is such a useful thing for charcoal, because you can back into piles of things on the floor and just toss them straight into the trunk from a nice wide radius. You do not have to be so precise with where you park, because the trunk is reachable from all over the place. And the best part about this current setup is we will get the stuff, burned and then put the charcoal in the trunk, and then the charcoal, the trunk basically becomes permanent storage for the charcoal, because we're going to park the truck in between the forge and the furnace there. Now I try to, if I can manage, I try to not burn saplings because those are useful for carving. Regular tree branches you can get a billion of, but saplings are a little bit more annoying to get on demand. Dump these saplings out of the trunk on the floor a little farther away here so that the crafting menu will use almost entirely just tree branches. And just like that, we've got a literal ton of charcoal to work with. Just give me a couple more tree branches to finish off the current load there. Oh, we had 6, so I just need 3 more. 1, 2, there's 3. So we now have 108 charcoal plus 36. It is pretty much a full trunk of charcoal. Didn't even have to resort to burning the saplings. Didn't even have to cut any trees. That was entirely with small form lumber. $144 charcoal. And the final parking place for the truck for the moment shall be hither. And all of this stuff that's in this metalworking bag shall go into the truck. Oh great, suddenly I can't. Hate it when that happens. going to put spare tongs into the glove because I don't want them to ever accidentally be used for crafting or as metal. That's what I need to be able to do. Hark. Alright, so from the advanced furnace, stand right there, and now we are able to smelt. So why are we able to smelt just by standing here? Because we have access to all of the tools and charcoal that are in the trunk, as well as some things that are in my bag here that I want to smelt. What's going on, Jimmy? We just got our advanced furnace up and running, and soon we will have our forge up and running. Is anybody else seeing their screen flash black? That has happened a couple of times to me on my monitoring window, and I don't know if it's my end or if that's an encoding error. We're going to start by smelting this large iron band. And we now have a large ceramic crucible with iron in it. I've got an extra metalworking punch here that I'm gonna sacrifice. Then I'm gonna go ahead and let go of these two broken iron pipes. Nothing else in my main backpack is capable of scrapping, so I'm gonna put that away. We'll see if that gets us there. If not, it won't be too hard to find more iron stuff to smelt, whatever. So what we're doing is we're smelting a bunch of stuff. Everything so far has been stuff we got out of the vehicles we welded apart. Broken iron pipes are what we're smelting right now. Next we'll move on to iron scrap. Now we've got several iron scrap. One more and that will be a full ceramic crucible of iron. And I'm going to put that into the trunk of the truck. because we need more than a full ceramic crucible, right? So we go to the blacksmithing, or we go to the blacksmith anvil recipe. A full large ceramic crucible with iron has 20 uses. We need 32 uses total, so we need like little over 1.5 large ceramic crucibles full of smelted iron. So now I go get the other one, which is currently empty, the other crucible. Both of these crucibles I just found as loot. I would have leveled pottery to make them if I had to, but I didn't. Eventually I will have to make pottery, a level pottery, so that I can get the ceramic crucible mold. I'm just doing this right now because it's right in front of me. Smelt small iron item. And I think every time we do that, it's one use, so, we can only do that twice more. And then we're out of iron scrap. So we now need another source of iron. There are a lot of options for that. So some things that I would prefer to use are actually made of steel and not iron. Some things I'm just not sure of. I actually am at a bit of a loss as to what I have that is iron and not steel. I'm going to go scrap another car, because that is the most reliable thing I can do right now, and I know exactly where there is another one to scrap. So we're taking the Plunky Mobile, since that's already got a bunch of welding stuff in it. Speaking of welding, we are level 5, so we're not getting optimal ROI on wrecked cars, but that's okay. Deal with it. So, speaking of cars, you can smelt things like steel, or like brakes for steel, but I do not know of any car parts that you can pull apart that you can smelt for iron. I don't know where this asshole came from. I thought I did a complete wipeout up here. This guy's got a bag. What's going on with this guy? This is a survivor zombie, what the fuck? Since when do we just get survivor zombies out here for no reason? I mean, I'll take it. I'm not complaining. But I would like to understand it. Longblade 4. There's a book I didn't have. Okay. I'll take it. I'll take it and I'll like it. That, like, was he there all along? Just, like, in the woods somewhere that I didn't see? That's, if so, mind-boggling. But yeah, there is a burned wreck right up here. And we're just going to rip this apart. Broken iron pipe. iron scrap, iron band small. Plenty of iron to work with. Steel rod, sheet, scrap metal, directly into the trunk. Most everything else, separate it. Alright, I'm going to start with that iron band. It is a large iron item. And then the broken iron pipe there. Medium iron item. How close are we? We are 29 out of 32, so we just need 4 more iron items. I think the small, yeah, the iron band counts as small. There's 1. And now we're back down to scrap. Thank you, King. We are gradually expanding it here. Oh yeah, we've got enough iron scrap, hell yeah. So we just need to do that 3 more times. There we go. Actually, not 3 more times. We are done. So I'm putting away the other ceramic crucible there. We have all of the iron that we need to make the anvil. Not exactly flush with spare engine parts, but there's some. This is going to be the part where I need to... Oh, I don't need any pottery skill for this. I just need the clay. This is good. I don't need any pottery skill to press the blacksmith anvil mold. So I just need a little bit more clay. I'm going to take clay from sack here. That gets me 8. That's exactly the amount I need for the anvil mold. So we are now taking the mold for the anvil, pressing clay into it with the hand press right here. That leaves us with a clay blacksmith anvil mold that is not fired. The kiln is right here, but we can't access the charcoal, which is in the trunk, unless we come at it from behind here. Now all we're missing are a fire source. I'm going to unfavorite my matchbook. And now, using my matchbook, I can use the clay blacksmith anvil mold and some charcoal. And it is now fired. We have a ceramic blacksmith anvil mold. I'm going to refavorite my matchbook. Eventually we'll just have fire sources over here. And now all we've got to do is actually make the blacksmith anvil. Cast blacksmith anvil. Using those 2 ceramic crucibles full of iron. For the longest time, this would not actually use all the iron. Oh, so we can't do it. We have to have it in our inventory. But it can't fit in our fucking inventory. So I have to equip it in my hands. And now we're getting started. And a booski. So the blacksmith anvil is so heavy that I immediately drop it on the floor. Hey, look at that. It actually used up the crucibles full of iron. For the longest time, it would just use up like 1 piece of iron from the crucible. But whatever. Functioning as intended. So, now I need to drop a bunch of shit because I can't pick up the anvil unless I have room for 40 encumbrance. It is as heavy as a refrigerator. And now I put the anvil on the floor up here. Theoretically. I should be very close, I just need a trowel. So I left my trowel in the bin right here. And time for magic. Oh, right, I can't put the, so I can't put it there because the grindstone is in the way. We'll be able to put the grindstone in that exact spot, but we can't build the structure until that is out of the way. So, move the grindstone out of the way. Now we build the forge. Forgot that I could do it either way, like that. I want it to be like that, because the tile that is closest to the truck in the middle there is what I want to be facing the truck. Okay, here goes. Easy peasy. Now this... What was that sound? Never mind. Sounded like somebody breathing, but nope. So, like I said, the grindstone there is now the grindstone there. Forge and furnace acquired. Now that I can see what this looks like, I'm thinking about taking out a little bit of the wall. It has always been a question of how much of the wall am I going to take out. I'm going to gear back up while I think about that. This entire back wall is probably gone. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I need more room, and that was always going to be the case. It was. Yeah. Okay. Sledgehammer is around the other side there. I'm going to pick up those flags first. We shan't be destroying our own flags, of course. I even forgot that there's an air conditioner there. Hey there. Yep, we have made some progress. Oh, this is one of those things that can only be facing one direction. Not very useful right now. I'm gonna put it away somewhere. This is the most guaranteed wall that I want to break because this one will enable me to position the truck somewhere better. Out this corner. We can do as many as 4 sledgings without getting muscle strain now, thanks to the slight reduction in muscle strain accumulation. We are now out of weight gain, so I'm gonna go milk the cows. Or actually, no, I've got my whatchamacallits? I've got my milk dispenser right here. In order to get back into weight gain, because I dropped out a little early, we're gonna drink 2 liters of milk. So we go to the dispenser here and fill that 2-liter bottle and drink the entire damn thing. That's gonna be like 2,000 calories or something. And that's all we needed to get back into weight gain easily, because we weren't in weight loss. We were in neutral. We weren't gaining or losing, which meant we were above 0 but below 900 something calories. So we add 2,000 to that. We'll probably be in weight gain for a couple days. It'll all depend on calorie burn rate, which is variable all the time. But now what I can do is what I wanted to do from the very start, and that is move the truck around like this, park it inside. So we've got 3 tiles here. We want there to be like a half tile on both sides, if we can do that. Except I failed at that. Yeah, I'm going to take out the rest of that wall. It's kind of funny, the electrical stuff is floating there now. that right there is the perfect spot to park the truck, because now I can access the trunk, which has all of my charcoal and tools, while I'm using the forge here, or while I'm using the furnace here, but I need to be able to walk around the furnace, so that is not the perfect spot. It's just rolling it over just a little bit. God damn it. There we go. It's precise. It's a precise art. We got it. No, that is part of the challenge. We have to expand the entire base now. That was always part of the plan here. Looking. Oh, damn it, we're out of rapid weight gain. That's really fucking annoying. We must have burned fat. Okay, I'm just gonna fucking eat the stick of butter then. I don't have the patience for this right now. Oh no, I'm sad. I ate butter. What a shame. I'm gonna wash it down with some soda. Sounds disgusting, but it's going to get me even more calories, and it's going to make the sads go away. Muscle strain gone, 2 more sledgings. So a couple fun facts about zombie movement. The fact that they would hear something and move in our direction. The forge, furnace, and whatnot out here are more vulnerable than anything else right now. Because those are the first things attackable, and those are the first things they would start slapping. So I'm a lot less concerned about my own well-being right now, and more concerned about these things, because these are the first things that the zombies would run into. Zombies can and will destroy your forge and furnace. Don't ask me how I know, I just know. But we also have a safe place to sleep that they would have to break into like this. So. About an hour early for bed, it's fine. Oh look, I have fucking nightmare ass anyway. Bullshit. Gonna read one of these photo books. That'll make all that shit go away. Yeah, I know, right? We don't do this. We don't do the clap back here. We do the slap back here. Zombies want to slap. We're gonna slap back. I'm gonna water my crops and then try to sleep again. I think that it probably won't be lower than 20, but we got buckets out here for that. It has been a couple of... It has been a unit of time since it rained. Yeah, look at that, 30. as we go longer and longer without rain, more and more of my car wash and construction buckets become repurposed for watering crops. That's alright. Should be everybody watered on up. Water my ass, get this man some Pepto-Bismol. Alright, so let's try that sleep thing again. Maybe we'll actually do it this time. Oh yeah, whatchamacallit, if you want to get rid of stress, the fastest thing you can do is go pet an animal. But my animal pen is all the way over here right now. Eventually I'll have a chicken coop in the bathroom right here. This bathroom is going to be a chicken coop at some point, and this will be a lot easier to just run over here and pet a chicken. But I have not gotten to the point where the chicken coop is ready to be cooped. I was hoping for a little bit more light to bleed out of the interior here. Let me try these. Oh, look at that! Look at that! Look at that! I like that. Oh, I like that. That light switch, the interior lights bleed outdoors just enough, so I can put that floodlight right back where I found it, right here. Beautiful. I haven't even started using the, yeah, no, that's, whatchamacallit, therapy animals, So, once I've got the forge placed, these two containers here is where I put the stuff that I'll smelt in the forge. And this becomes the magic spot to stand, because I can there we go. So it's like a magic spot at the edge of this tile where I can access both these containers and the trunk of the truck and still actually use the forge. So it's a little complicated, but it works. I'm still very mad about the fact that I cannot put things on top of wooden crates with the placement system. They just don't show up. Somebody fucked up the, one of the Indie Stone devs fucked up the clipping for the top of the crates. It's whatever. I'm a little salty about it. Alright, this is more annoying than I thought. You know what? Maybe I should just park it closer on this side. Park it like so that the driver's side door is just past the bellows there. Oh, I shouldn't even be able to do that. Yeah, but I can somehow. I don't know how. I don't know how that's working. I don't expect it to work. But now. I could put it there. I really hate double stacking when there's things to be seen. So I'm just gonna put the crate away, the second crate away for now. I don't. It's not like I have like a billion metalworking things to work with. Okay, I'm not gonna complain about that. The trunk is right there, and I can reach it. Same deal with the furnace. Trunk is right there, and I can reach it. So we have not even touched blacksmithing yet. All we've done is build the infrastructure that is going to let us do whatever we want with blacksmithing. So first thing I'm going to do is, I have no idea if this even gets me experience, but we've got a bunch of scrap copper here. I'm going to forge it into a copper sheet, see what happens. There's various things you can make out of that. That did not get me any experience, so it wasn't a waste because we can make stuff with it, but definitely not something I'm focusing on early. 4:50, I'm going to try to sleep. It's probably going to be too early thanks to the stupid nightmare. Oh no, look at that, I can sleep. Good. Now the pipeline of steel into iron is never not going to make me laugh a little bit. Oh, look at this. We can forge in the rain. Oh, fantastic. Beautiful. Game of the year. Game. 10 out of 10. No, I ain't going to try to speedrun it. If I wanted to speedrun smithing, I would have collected a bunch of materials first. But I'm not going to go out of my way to collect a bunch of materials just to speedrun smithing. I'm going to forge some iron chunks from iron scrap here. I don't know if that gets me any experience, but we're about to find out. It does not. So that was a waste of my fucking time. Let's try a small iron band. Out of a steel bar quarter, really. Maybe I can do that out of iron. Yes, I can. Okay. That's more like it. I actually get experience from that. Okay, so... what about a simple blade? I could take a kitchen knife blade and turn that into a simple blade. I actually have a kitchen knife blade, I thought, somewhere, maybe. Double check here. No. That's probably not something I would have brought with me. Well, so blacksmithing from scratch, low-level blacksmithing is kind of an exercise in wasting materials. There's really not much getting around that. I'm just trying to avoid transmuting steel into iron, which this stupid game lets you do a lot in the direction of iron. You can transmute steel into iron, but when it comes to making shit out of steel, that you can only use steel. So be very advised. I'm gonna forge all of these iron scraps into bar quarters. Yeah, that's true. The kitchen knife is slightly less of a meme. Why did that not work? Okay, there we go. Oh, we moved a little bit, and then suddenly we were out of range of the truck. Fantastic. What do I get for a simple metal blade? 24 experience. Okay, that is the best ROI right there. Gonna forge these steel scraps into bar quarters, because steel bar quarters are what we'll be using a lot of for that. I know this is a fucking obnoxious ass noise. I'm sorry. I hate it too. But now we have 19 steel bar quarters to work with. Oh, forging bar quarters from chunks actually gets us experience. Cool. I will take that under advisement. You know what? I will spare you guys a little bit of noise here. I'm going to set my desktop audio to -5 decibels so it doesn't come through quite as loud for you guys. Yeah. If only the devs of this game actually took shit like that seriously. There are some serious gaps in their sound design. There we go, -8 decibels. That ought to do for now. Should be a lot harder to hear now. I should only need to do that one more time. Well, and then we'll get level 1. Now we can start getting some more interesting things made. I'm going to go ahead and sharpen the simple metal blades that I put together, because that will at least get me maintenance experience, and I'm here for it. I'm speeding up to the max, KTO. That was at speed 6. The only other thing that I could do that I don't currently have the ability to do would be to make it so I can zoom out even farther. Because the sound does get a little bit quieter if you zoom all the way out. But I'm currently, my max zoom is limited a little bit to save on the frame rate. Alright, I'm going to try a small knife. Said I'm going to try a small knife. Why did she move? What the fuck? I don't know if you guys saw that. She literally turned around and walked out of range. I think that was another 24. I missed it. $34. Okay. so we are getting a little bit more experience. Yeah. Zooming all the way out. My computer can handle it when there's nothing around, but now it can't. It'll start lagging after a certain point. Oh, literally just one more of those, and then we'll be ready to read the next book. Boom. Easy when you know how. Figuring out how is definitely a thing of all time. Now we can research craft recipes from all sorts of things. I'm literally just scrolling through all my tools and looking at what I can research the craft recipe for. See, one of the reasons we were able to do that so back-to-back uninterrupted is thanks to us centralizing all the materials in the right place. If we had not been so organized about this, there would have been an ungodly amount of back and forth. I'm going to place these small knives over here on the counter so that they will hopefully be used for carving at some point. Maybe, I don't know. Next book is right over here. Blacksmithing 2. I'm gonna take a bath. She deserves it. She's been putting up with a lot of dumb shit lately. Right, we sit down in the comfy armchair, we put on the reading glasses, and we get our nose into the book. So I'm probably going to build a roof over the blacksmithing area before we continue, because it deserves it. If we were playing Clan Folk, all of the workstations out there would have a little, one of those little red circles with the cross over it, with a little rain icon next to it. Because imagine working in the rain. Nobody's ever worked in the rain before, right, guys? Not a single one of you, I'm sure, not a single one of you has ever actually done work in the rain before. Because it's not possible, right? I'm making fun of a different game, so I can't really, I can only be so snide. See, I also can't make fun of that game too much, because the dev of that game actually listens to everybody on the forums. It's a small game. I genuinely regret going into the forums with my Zomboid mentality, where I've got to be snarky and snide in order to just get everybody's attention, because otherwise nobody's gonna fucking pay attention to it. It's one of the only ways I draw attention to things in this game. That bug report I submitted on stream the other day, by the way, still nobody's ever looked at it. Sully was on vacation for a little while, so I would have been able to understand that, but they're back. So, what now? We can make nails now. That's what now. Actually, before we do, I'm going to see if I can sleep. Not sure if I'll be able to. There we go. Hey, Command, how's it going? We managed to successfully get ourselves a blacksmithing infrastructure set up here. But of course it's getting rained on, and that's no good, so we're gonna put a roof over it now. Yeah, that Snark is, definitely don't deploy it against friends and family unless they're into it. My ex-fiance lived and died on Snark. But, if she wasn't in the mood for it, then you stayed far away from it. Snark for thee, but not for me. Something like that. That's all the planks we have for the moment. Oh, we could get more planks. We could get more planks by doing, well, this would not exactly be a sustainable source, but I could replace my stairwells with metal stairs now. We can do metal stairs using some of the rods we picked up. That is a level 5 welding recipe, and therefore that is very relevant to my interests. I know, right? That is nasty. So that we, as fate would have it, we actually have the exact amount of materials to make one set of metal stairs. So I'm going to use those to just replace the whatchamacallit, the wood stairs right here that I built myself. $130 welding experience for that. Pretty nice. We only really need like 2 more logs worth just to get the roof up. I'm going to do the lazy thing. Am I? Actually, there's no floor logs left up here, so we're cutting trees. Oh, yeah. For the way I like to play it, flags are trophies. Every time I conquer a location, I'll take the flag from it. We play capture the flag here. And then I put the flag on the on my own base as a sign that I've conquered places. So we'll get a little more than we need from down here. It's 4 logs and then 2 logs. I suppose we could get started on the wall. I'm not too worried about it right now, because that's going to be a massive logging operation. And as counterintuitive as this sounds, I'm actually kind of okay with the lower level being insecure for the time being. I have not seen a zombie in my base area for more than a month now. That doesn't mean that I'm not going to button up everything, but it also means I'm not exactly going to be rushing to do so. I am neither Russian nor European. I am American. So just 6 over here. Now we have about 12 left to work with. Go ahead and put walls behind the whatchamacallit here. Behind the forge. That is an easy win, as it were. Actually ran out of nails. A couple more boxes here before we have to crack open the carton. Now right here is where we build the gate. We built a gate here instead of a like a door or wall or anything like that. What level do I need to be for that? I can do it. We're level 5 now. Welding level 5, which means we can make my favorite way of entering and exiting a base. Now that being said, opening the gate, it would open inwards, which means this tile and this tile would be blocked while the gate is open. That's okay. That is okay. Yeah, because I don't care about the bucket right there. Literally couldn't pay me to care about the stupid bucket. And if I'm using the grindstone, I'm probably standing here. I've made a slight mistake. It's not unfixable, but it is... I want to be able to put floors underneath the forge here. And I can't reach where the anvil is now unless I empty this crate first. So I'm going to empty this crate under the ground. I wouldn't want to do that, but that's the only way to get into that corner now, because I got a little excited and built the wall first. So now I can pick up the crate, get it out of the way. And we're going to get some floors down. This is an easy way to just level welding in and of itself, because all we got to do is cut some sheets and put them down on the ground. So there's another rod. And let's start cutting sheets. Let's do like 4. It gets a 65 experience for all 4 of those sheets. That's great. So there's 16 floor tiles right there. As counterintuitive as this sounds, we will be able to weld over top of the... Oh, we took both of our torches empty. We'll be able to weld underneath the forge, but not the car. We'll have to move the car. The truck, rather. Oh no, I lied. I thought vehicles blocked floors. They don't, and I'm okay with it. Beautiful. Out of torch again. I'm just gonna take the rest of them out of here. We've already put the first row of flooring down on the other side here. And then we just need a total of 4 more floors, so that's one more steel sheet to split here. Alright, so the entire workshop has a metal floor now. Putting away all the welding stuff because we are done with it for now. And moving back to carpentry for the Almost forgot about this other stuff. Let's reload the metalworking crate. I don't think I can do anything with this sheet metal scrap. I can use it to make a shiv, or I could sheet metal reinforce a weapon. Interesting. But that is not... I like how the internal name is literally unusable metal. I'm just going to put it in this garbage bag for now. Perhaps I'll put it behind the forge. Yes. That makes sense to me. Because if I keep filling up stuff in here, this will be full. Truly a logical statement. Well, now that we've got rainwater, all these buckets are filled up again. I'm going to turn one of them into a bucket of plaster, and I'm going to plaster up the wall that is directly next to the base there. Hell, I can forge buckets now. Glorious. We left some plaster on the floor here. We only actually got one bag of plaster powder, but that is okay, because we can turn around and make plaster powder out of limestone, and we have an absolute ton of limestone. It costs a little bit of charcoal to do that, so I will prefer to use the bags of plaster powder wherever possible. We need a plastering trowel, which we should have right here. So we cannot target the walls that I want to plaster from the back face there, but I can still plaster the wall from the back face. I just gotta click from this side. And look at that, we've got some plastered walls there. I am going to delete some wall there. I need to leave that where I can see it. There we go. Why does it look like that? I hate it when random walls just don't draw, like that one right there in the center there. And get a little closer. Suddenly just one wall, just right there with the antenna above it. That one decides to not draw. Doesn't make any sense to me. I left the sledgehammer on the floor right there. We're probably going to go over the weight thresholds. I would have to do a lot of work really fast to burn off the calories before we hit that point. So that's fine. I'm not too worried about that. Not too awful bad. Always screenshot your bases because you never know when they're going to be gone forever. This is unstable beta, after all. That's not a missing tile. That's just a tile that's not being drawn, isn't it? Double check that. Did we actually miss a spot? I think we did. Yeah, there's a floor, two floors possibly. That's, can't have that. Because I can't see them now. I always see them as soon as I move the truck. Much better. Well, I was trying to avoid having to do logging in the rain, but I think I'm doing it. Yeah, worse things have happened. Because that's basically the next step here. We could do some more blacksmithing, but if I'm going to do blacksmithing, I would prefer to do it in a nice indoor-ish area. This sheet sling bag here is from a survivor zombie that I encountered unexpectedly. Got some canned food. Some black sage. That is a seed packet I hadn't found yet. A couple of dupes. Damn it. All of these cabinets are now full. My inability to get these bags on the floor sorted is starting to catch up to me. That's all right. So that Survivor Zombie had a copy of Longplay 4. I think we already have 1, 3, 4, and 5 now. Yeah, so we've got 1, 3, 4, and 5. We just don't have Longblade 2. And I'm gonna be real with you guys. I think we can get by without it. It is always the last 4 levels of a skill that if you don't have a book in it, you're really gonna start feeling it. But the first 6 levels, you can grind it given enough time. Without, you know, hurting, or at least I can. Everybody's got different tolerance levels. I can handle some lower level grinding. So if we never find Longblade 2, or we, you know, don't find it until late game, then so be it. I'm not going to be too upset about it. The rest of the stuff that's in the truck right now, I'm just going to dump on the floor. It is all welding related, and we'll want to put it back in there at some point, but for now, it's in the way. Yeah, it's a Survivor Zombie thing that you'll find it out of mostly. Survivor Zombie, Survivor Home. We are going to need our rope. It's actually probably a good thing now that I'm burning calories a lot by chopping wood, right as I need to stop gaining weight. Oh, right, the music stopped. I didn't even think about that. We can just play the game's music ourselves. Oh, right. I can also turn the desktop audio back up just a little bit. I usually keep it at about -2 decibels these days, but we'll cut that down to like -6 when we're doing blacksmithing because yeah, fuck the noise fuck that noise, literally fuck that noise. To use an overused millennial expression. That noise. Do I use the colored lamps for my base? Not currently. I'm just the most coverage you'll get from any light source is a floodlight. So changing the light bulbs to the floodlight is something I could do. In fact, one of them has already had a burnout. So that is on my agenda at some point to replace that bulb. And I could always replace it with something neat looking. You can hear her, she's getting sick of my shit here. We're almost ready for bed. Yeah. Can I craft by the tail light, I wonder? That's, I can't craft by the tail light. That's kind of sad. I absolutely would if I could. You don't know the lengths I'd go to spare myself a little bit of flashlight battery. Alright, wiping out that set of trees. Tomorrow we move on to the next set of trees, but tonight we sleep. Yes, and if you're wondering why I annihilate bushes every time I see them, because that shit right there. You just drive slow as molasses if you run over bushes in your regular vehicles. Hell, that many bushes, probably even the race car would not be able to do it. These big old fucking trees. Don't even have the dignity to give us more than 4 logs. 4 is all you'll ever get out of the big trees. My kingdom for the ability to make a stack of tree branches. We are out of rope. See, I'm probably getting more logs right now than I actually need for the immediate project. We'll probably be able to get an outer wall without blowing every single one of these logs, but having a buffer of extra logs for future projects, or not just logs, but planks, rather. I mean, hell, even just extra logs that we can either saw up or turn into charcoal. And that's all the trees in this area, but we are ready for second bedtime, so... A full trunk would be 17 stacks of logs, so 15 is pretty good for a start here. foggy today. Ain't no thing. Look at that. We managed to get out of weight gain right at 85 kilo. That is beautiful. And we did not get the high weight trait. If you go over 85, and I guess a little bit of change, it rounds up and you get high weight, which makes you more clumsy and slows your running speed. But we didn't get there. So I'm going to unstack the logs all right here. Then restack the rope. Thank you. We are definitely getting underway here. Feel like I'm making the best that I can of the interior that we have to work with, but of course we are definitely going to need more room. And for some log cutting. So the crafting menu byproducts can limit break what you can fit on a tile. So normally we wouldn't be able to put more than a certain amount of encumbrance onto any given tile, but because we're using the crafting menu to produce things, and they're just falling out of our inventory because we're over encumbered, we can fit 170 planks in just a little circle on a tile there. So I'm not mad about that. Up onto the ceiling to get rid of the ones in my inventory. I'm probably going to switch backpacks so that I can have a clean backpack to work with. So we've only got 10. I'm just going to get started here, I guess. I mean, hell, it feels wrong to have these tiles exposed here, so... Even though technically we can walk over them. That's not the point. So that means we have 4 left. When it comes to walking narrow outcroppings like that, where there's a high chance of falling off if you fuck up, I like to use walk to, hotkey Y, where you can just click on a tile and your character will walk there without making mistakes. Hell, you can even run when you're doing that. I'm probably going to go ahead and delete the gabled roof on the lower level there at some point when it comes to cosmetic fixes. So yeah, I'm going to drop my main backpack here. Drink some milk, she hungry. Empty backpack on the floor over here. Backpack in the primary hand. Backpack in the secondary hand. That leaves room in the satchel for nails. Now we pick up lots of logs at once. This is how you carry 36 logs at a time. Or planks, rather. Machine gun hammering. Wait a minute, did I? Yeah, I dropped one of the stupid bags. So I accidentally equipped something. I don't really know exactly where I want the outer wall to be yet, so really at this point I'm just getting a roof over my head. The outer wall can come a little bit later when I decide what I want the rest of this to actually look like. So here's another 36 planks coming right up. So we really just need 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times 3, 18, 19, 20. We only need 20 more up top. And then we will have the ceiling over the second half of this area here. Okay. Kind of just thinking out loud there. So there's 12, and now just 8. And then I can say I've got a roof over my head, and we can resume a little bit of blacksmithing, get to the next 2 levels. We have just not enough nails. We were close, but not quite there. So next box coming right up. I don't know. That is an interesting question, Daniel. I'm sure there's a possibility that they would do such a thing. And the question would be, when would they have the time, and when would they decide to prioritize it? For example, they were talking about a new plumbing system, and that, as far as I remember, is why when B42 first came out, the B41 plumbing system had actually been removed completely. For the first build of B42. Possibly more than the first build. I can't remember if it was just the first build, 42.0.2, or if it was also beyond that. But they had taken out the plumbing system entirely. They wanted to make us actually, like, use pipes and stuff. Like, in the future, they want us to be able to, like, connect pipes to a water source, and then connect that water source to our base. But that was completely... I don't want to say it was scrapped, but it was definitely pushed back. It's probably not going to come back for the rest of B42. They just reintegrated the B41 plumbing system. So when I think about that, I realize that if they can't even do something like that, trying to overhaul the entire building system to require structural support somehow, I just don't see them doing it. Not yet, at least. I'm thinking about what they have time in a day to do, and it seems like they've got much bigger fish to fry. But does that mean they're not going to do it anytime soon? I still have no idea. These devs are impossible to predict when it comes to what are they going to prioritize next. Somehow 3 planks over. Okay. What's going on there? That's more like it. Do I not actually have a metalworking chisel? Apparently, no. At least not in this container. That's not right. I should definitely have one somewhere. Also a ball peen hammer, apparently I don't have. We're gonna need to fix that. Can I straight up make a metalworking chisel, I wonder? I know I can make a heading tool. That is to make nails with. And I am now going to reduce the... down by 16 decibels. That should hopefully be less obnoxious. Oh, it's operational. Yeah. It was operational long before we put the ceiling in. I just wanted to put the ceiling in so I didn't get rained on. Um, that was kind of just a bit of a side quest. I was eventually going to want to put a ceiling up at some point. Metalworking chisel is a level 4 recipe, and I don't even have the ability, so we need to run across the street and get ourselves a... Gonna run across the street and get some tools. We're actually going to take the truck for this. Because the truck is what carries the tools. Huh. Well then. There's a claw hammer, but I'm looking for a ball peen hammer. There's a metalworking punch. There's a ball peen. Steel rod. Give me a metalworking chisel here. No? Nobody has one? Well, ball peen hammer is always a good thing to have. I'm gonna check some garages and sheds on the other side there. Now that the zombies are almost entirely cleared out of that area up there. Mason's chisel. That's I'm having the opposite problem on this character that I've had previously. Previously, I would have plenty of metalworking chisels, but not enough masonry. Couple of sheds here, left hand, right side. Very quiet around here. That is life without respawns is what that is. And I'm here for it. I am so here for it. Hey, an old generator. Wasn't exactly what I was looking for, but I'll take it. So I know that there is migration that happens even when the player isn't around. I have no idea how far they'll actually go, though. There is a tool in debug mode where you can, like, see, it'll, like, show you little pixels, like little pixels on the map for where zombies are. I've never actually looked at that, but I have seen screenshots of it, so I know it exists, and you can see it for yourself. Something I probably should do someday is just screw around on debug mode and turn on tools like that just so I can see how it happens. So no metalworking chisel yet. I'm just going to hold out for level 4 and then I can make my own. Sweet. So public service announcement. Generators do not yet weigh more when you put fuel in them, so this generator we just found, we also happen to find a can of gas. I'm just going to put that straight into the generator. Old generators have a... Oh, look at that. Running level 5. Old generators have a bit of a tactical use. You can use them to attract zombies from very far away because of how much noise they make. And I'm just going to put this out there. Generators do not currently take damage from pipe bombs. I'm sure that'll change someday. They do take damage if they catch fire, though. Of course, if fire is used in any sort of, combat that you use, that fire cannon will just delete your generator. So fire bombs and aerosol can bombs will delete any generators if you use them to cluster up some zombies. We're about a half hour early. I'm going to go ahead and hit the sack. Closest cell which had Z subtracted from. So that means that if there are zombies that are in the immediate area... Meta sounds too. Yeah. I don't know how that would work if there's just no zombies and there's like a buffer zone of no zombies around you. Does that mean that the buffer zone will be filled at some point in the future? Or is there just too much room between us? I have no idea. Because I'm about 80% sure that I've killed all the zombies in this town. But that's as far as I can take that sentence. Alright, we're gonna do a little bit more blacksmithing. I think nails are a pretty good recipe. Yeah, I can make nails out of iron pieces now. We're gonna do that next. So I'm zooming all the way out here. I've already set the, I've set the, let me know if you guys can still hear that, if that's actually obnoxious or not. We're at negative 16 decibels now, so that should be a lot less obnoxious now. Sweet. We spent exactly 8 iron pieces to make nails, and we are now blacksmithing level 3. Forging a masonry chisel is one of the only level 3 recipes that I have that I can easily do right now. How about a fleshing tool? No. Splitting a metal sheet. Now that needs a chisel. Baking pan? Nope. Nope. Cooking pot. Also needs a fucking chisel. So yeah. I need to make a chisel. I'm gonna go ahead and make a few masonry chisels, I guess. We can turn around and smelt some of these. Yeah. So this is a level 3 recipe. Let's do the math on this. We need 750 minus what we already got, 4.75. That's how much experience we need. Let's see how much we get for doing this chisel. $73.1. Divided by 73.1. We only need to make 10 more of those. Do we have enough steel bars for that? Steel bar halves, rather. No, we have 7 more. That actually gets us a little bit of experience. It seems inconsistent as to whether we'll get experience for one of these, you know, like forge bar from something, forge something from chunks. Those recipes. I'm going to do some more nails from these steel pieces, because I just don't see these steel pieces getting used for too much else right now. Seeing as I'm getting 32 experience every time I do that. I don't even know what I'm researching right now. I can forge a file now. Cool. I see something that says I can research a craft from it, and I right click on it and I research the craft. Bow chisel indeed. We've reached the point where we're getting a little cold by standing still out there. Not yet is it a problem indoors, but outdoors. We're like 3/4 of the way through the level there. I hate this. There we go. I absolutely despise the fact that we lose strength and fitness experience like that. I get why it's a thing, I just fucking hate it. Come on. It's fucking annoying. There we go. Let's try like 3 of these. There we go. Blacksmithing level 4. I can now forge a metalworking chisel. That'll be the first thing I do after we read the next book. I won't get any experience for this, but I'm going to turn around and break down the metalworking chisel, or the masonry chisels I just got. And now here we see the transmutation. It cost us steel to make these mason chisels, but when we smelt them down, we're going to get iron instead of steel. The devs really need to sort that shit out. This steel to iron pipeline that we're seeing right now, it's tiresome. It really is. Because there's so much less you can do with iron. But I suppose one of the things is they're just kind of putting a kibosh on certain blacksmithing things right now, because they're going to do the whole you need a proper coke in order to work with steel to make the fire hotter. So we're already at the point where I can make simple short swords. That's always cool. I'm going to need to find one of these military jackets here. Or just a regular leather jacket. That's actually probably a great idea right now. Let's try this brown one. It's not a perfect match for my aesthetic, but I'll take it. I don't think I have any black leather jackets that are not full of holes. Yeah, I've got leather jackets that are full of holes. And that's it. Alright, time to go get the next blacksmithing book. Blacksmithing 3, Old West Smiths and Their Secrets. I don't have a hard target for today's stream. I think I'm good caught up on my chores. Hang on. Yeah, I suppose I'm alright. But it is also an off day. I don't actually think I will be getting any new subs from this stream because YouTube has decided that it's not a good thing to recommend me today. Appreciate all my existing viewers, of course. Shout out to all you guys. But I do actually... That's one of the reasons I play Zomboid so much. There are some other games I'd probably be playing off and on, but Zomboid is one of those games that I'm... Well, most of the time, I tend to get a lot of channel growth while I play it. But past couple of days, not quite so much. There have been times where I've been like, well, maybe I have reached all of the people who happen to watch Zomboid here on YouTube, who are interested in actually watching my stuff. There is a theoretically finite number of people who are interested in long play for Zomboid here on YouTube, and who are actually capable of being found right now. YouTube is, of course, still a vast beast. Hard to crack into certain sides of it. I am definitely here for the reading boosts, though. The reading glasses and sitting on a comfortable seat. Stack those two things together. I love RimWorld, but I don't play it in a way that I would find very interesting. That they do, yeah. Whatchamacallit? My channel analytics actually shows some pretty interesting data on that. Yesterday's stream, for example, is up to about 485 now. Comparing that to Monday's stream, which hit 621. I don't actually have any intel on how many of my people who catch my stuff after the fact have actually watched the previous part here, part 8. But that tells me that, because I do know for a fact that part 7 here that I streamed on Monday, part 7 was definitely recommended more by YouTube. I could tell just by the turnover during the stream. There were a lot of people who would watch a little bit and then move on, and then watch a little bit and move on. Whenever that happens, you can tell that YouTube is actually recommending you to new people, because there will be people who drop by and check it out and maybe come back later, or maybe just bail, depending on whether they like it or not. We finished the book? Yeah, we finished it. And it's not quite bedtime yet. I'll go ahead and get the book put away, and then we'll get our metalworking chisel made. It is, yeah, this is definitely a niche audience. Any sort of really, really long form video game play, especially with a lot of downtime like this. It sucks because I feel like I could probably gain a fair number of viewers if I was willing to stream Stellaris. And I've even been feeling a little bit of the urge to play it, but I have also developed an irrational dislike of Paradox, and I don't even want to give them a very tiny amount of influence that I would get by exposing some of my viewers to their content, or just in general promoting their content. I hate Paradox that much right now. I'll laugh about 7 Days to Die and the Fun Pimps selling out and whatnot, but what's happened to Paradox over the past couple of years, going full on and into the abyss of subscription services and games as a service and whatnot, it would not surprise me in the slightest if the next Paradox Grand Strategy game that came out was actually a live service of some kind. Mark my words, you heard it here first, it's coming. They're going to attempt to turn Grand Strategy into a live service somehow. Because they've started down that rabbit hole. It's only a matter of time now. Once you go down the rabbit hole of chasing investor money, they start asking for live services and subscriptions. I forget who called it this. I think Rossman quoted it as being from Paul Tassi, if I'm not mistaken. The Rundle, the recurring revenue bundle. That is what investors care about, and being a publicly traded company, that is what is inevitable, basically. Anytime a gaming company goes public, it's gonna go that way eventually, because that's what shareholders are gonna want. How do I feel about Blizzard? Oh boy. I have more hours on World of Warcraft. I think just on my Hunter. Hang on a second. I think just on my Hunter, my slash played is 129 days. Wait a minute. I don't even remember if that's correct, but hang on. 3117 divided by 24. Wow, okay. So just my Hunter on World of Warcraft. Just my Hunter. I have put in as many hours as I have on all of Project Zomboid. So I used to really enjoy Blizzard games. I haven't touched them in a very long time. I'm clean. But no, Activision. It's not Blizzard anymore. It's Activision, and they're a very publicly traded company. Everything I just talked about, dial that up by a couple of notches, and that's pretty much where I'm at with Blizzard right now. My brother started playing again, and that has been a very strong temptation. I was gonna pick up WoW. I mean, even fucking Asmongold picked up WoW again. I mean, I'm not the kind of guy to be like, oh man, this streamer did something, so maybe I should. Not necessarily, but the fact that it could draw him back in, and my brother, and it's just like, I'm feeling the pressure, but at the same time, I remember what Blizzard did. I remember what they did. You remember what they did. Well, maybe you don't know, but I'm not here to rehash the past. I just dislike Blizzard for a lot of reasons now. Lots and lots and lots of reasons. Now that we got that metalworking chisel, we have a lot of options. How do we not have a metalworking punch? I swear we had a punch. There's literally a punch right across the street. EU5. There's a fifth one? There's a fifth one? Hang on a second. I didn't even realize they came out with a fifth one. I've put about 1,000 hours into EU4. I didn't even know there was a fifth one. Recent reviews. Mixed. Oh. Oh. What a shock. What a shock. Bad and not getting better. Devs dropping DLC before core mechanics. Wow, where have I heard that before? Where have I heard that before? Oh my god. Paradox, never change. Please, never change. Oh my god. So, no, the answer is no. I've not played EU5, and at this rate, I don't want to. Because Paradox hasn't changed. Of course they haven't changed. Why would they have changed? What they're doing works for their shareholders, so it's not going to change. EU4 is still very well reviewed. I own... how many? I own a few of the DLCs. So 660 hours, never mind. My brain meat says... okay, if you add the amount of time I spent working on custom maps, it's probably over 1,000 hours. I made a couple of custom maps just for me and one of my friends back when he still played long-form video games. He is an electrician now, so he gets to spend all of his time doing other things. Project management. Oh, yeah? Would you call it simplified? Because I do feel like Paradox has... And I'm just comparing to what they've done with other games. I feel like they've been on a simplification spree. I swear we had a... There it is, metalworking punch. I didn't realize I need one, otherwise I would have grabbed it last time I was in here. But yeah, now we got a metalworking punch, and that should complete all of our tools. There's just a couple of weird gaps there. The chisel we didn't have, but now we have a chisel, and now we have a punch. And that's another problem. Like, the only grand strategy that I really like right now that I would be willing to stream without any questions would be Terra Invicta. But Terra Invicta is probably 3 times as niche of a title as this game. And that's saying something. I mean, Zomboid is already a very niche title. But at least there's an audience of people who would definitely love to play the game as obsessively as I do, but don't have the time of day and probably enjoy it for that. Or just here for the yap. There's definitely some folks there who are here for the yap. Oh, great, Nightmare. I think this is a perfect opportunity to go pet a chicken. So you'll actually regain, like, 20 happies, I think, and, like, probably as much stress, too, just by petting an animal. There's like, an hour or so cooldown, I forget. In-game hours. But while I'm here, we get the eggs. And I pet Leghorn F2 here. And I have a little bit of room to do some milking. Wait a minute, I pet the chicken. Why am I not? Interesting. That's very interesting. They might have nerfed that a little bit. I vividly remember that restoring enough, getting rid of enough stress to get rid of the Moodle completely after a nightmare. But whatever, I'm not that mad about it. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, the, whatchamacallits. I definitely would play, I don't want to make any promises. If I ever was going to touch a Paradox product again, it would definitely be Stellaris. I got close to streaming. I really did. I was really close to streaming Stellaris. I even have like stream frames, you know, like these Zomboid frames here that actually kind of match the game's UI. I did the same thing for Stellaris. I have scripts, everything, and ready for it. I got all the way to the finish line, and I was like, that it's Paradox. It's Paradox. Why would I ever do the slightest ever to promote them? It just feels wrong. It's Paradox. Maybe if they fixed a lot of things with like Stellaris, but let's just say they had their custodians do the correct things for once. Again, custodians, as if the game is something that needs janitor services. I've felt weird about the custodians ever since they even came into the picture. But let's just say that they, you know, improved in-game performance to the point where everybody is saying that that's a great thing. Sure, yeah, I'd probably play it again if they actually got their head out of their ass and did something other than DLC farming. That's kind of what I'm waiting for there. If only it worked. I mean, it definitely did do something, right? Because we've already had the stress fade away. And that was less than an hour. Yeah, okay. So it definitely still has an impact. It's just not going to immediately delete all of the stress that you get from a nightmare. Anyway, we can do a little bit more smithing now. Especially now we got that punch. So we're level 4. Have we read the book? We've read the book in its entirety. I can make things like a garden hoe head or a scythe head. I can make a large knife blade, a meat cleaver blade, metalworking pliers, sheep shears. That's something I don't actually think I have. I usually like to have an electric trimmer. Oh, here's something that will always be useful. Steel sheets. So we've got a couple of steel blocks from the cars that we've dismantled. I'm going to go ahead and make all 3 of those into steel sheets. And that is a level 4 recipe, so I predict we'll get plenty of experience for that. Well, let's verify. Yeah, it's about 117. So we can turn around and use those steel sheets that we just made to make all sorts of interesting things. I don't know how many buckets we have total, but those are always useful to have. Ooh, I can make my own hatchets now. Hell yeah. That's a level 4 recipe, and we've got it. So we've got hatchets on tap now. I don't have a file in my toolkit here. So I'm going to go ahead and make a file. For that, I just need a medium handle. And I don't currently have medium handles in there, so we're going to carve one. I forget what level hunting knives are. I think it's 6. Oh, I'm still not making perfect handles. That's rather tragic. These medium handles that didn't come out perfect can go into the firewood bin here, as far as I care. I thought being carving level 6, I was making perfect handles, but no, not yet. Alright, let's whip up a, where is it? File here. That's another 117. Yeah, that would be really cool. I would enjoy that. So we just ran more or less out of charcoal. We're down to like 5 wood charcoal to work with here. Get our second sleep in here. And we're going to go out and collect a whole bunch of tree branches. Oh, another thing that I could be reading, I have to step away briefly, IRL. I'm going to have her read glass making briefly here. Or maybe Longblade. I mean, we're well on our way. Yeah, we're well on our way. Longblade is more relevant. But yeah, I have to step away briefly, IRL, and then when I get back, we will do as I was just saying there. Reading glasses on. Longblade is reading. Alright, I'll be right back, folks. Collapsing skills. It's funny you should say that. Something the devs talked about, and I don't know if there's a solid word for this. Maybe something like parallelism or something like that. So the devs talked about making it so that you would get bonus crossovers. So somebody with a plus to welding would get some bonuses to leveling metalworking, because even though it's a different skill, at the end of the day, you're still using heat to shape metal. You're just going about it in a very different way. So, like, if you want to deconstruct a skill, it's going to be less offensive to have a billion different skills, as long as there is archetypes that can help people, choose many of them at once to kind of go down the rabbit hole of. At least that makes a lot more sense to me than just adding more skills or collapsing them too much. Graveyard Keeper. Deviant Graveyard while facing ethical dilemmas and making questionable decisions. Apparently there's a sequel. Similar to games you've played, Project Zomboid and Medieval Dynasty. Recommended against by shitlisting service. Apparently shitlisters say that it is an unfinished and broken Stardew ripoff with a research tree and tons of excessive busywork. No workshop despite requests. I don't usually listen to the shitlisters, but they're very good at pointing out the flaws in something when the public just wants to sit there and glaze it. But it looks like everybody is being balanced about this one. I mean, that guy. Sucks to be that guy. The first negative review that I saw was, why did it become free right after I paid? R.I.P., homie. That is true. It is indeed free. We are going to need more charcoal. That means there is no time better than now to annihilate bushes. Gonna make like Obama and remove bush. We're gonna remove bush harder than Jeb did when he failed his political campaign. You have to forgive me, I'm never gonna not make bush jokes. So every time I get a tree branch from one of these, that's 1/9 of another shipment of charcoal. So doing all these is only going to get me a little bit of charcoal, but there are much bigger segments of tree branches on the ground just nearby. Like, for example, over here, there are tons and tons of things already on the floor. So I will back the truck up here. And over here. Boy, that is a lot of bush. I would give lots of things to have a scythe that would actually take out bushes in addition to this right here. This is where there needs to be chainsaws in the game. I know a lot of people would be like, oh man, let me use chainsaws against the zombies. No, I just want chainsaws against these stupid bushes. A riding lawnmower. I think they had those. They probably weren't quite as common back in the 90s, but they were definitely out there. Alright, we drop out the saplings because we're not in the business of burning saplings yet. Once again, we have not burned a single log yet. We have done nothing but tree branches, and there we're already back up to 113 charcoal here. Fantastic, I'm here for it. I usually just do a lot of logs, but this is a lot more efficient. Damn it, okay. Parked in the slightly wrong spot there. Damn it. She needs to be able to get out the driver's side door. Since we got some rain, I'm going to go ahead and make a couple of buckets here. Hunting knife blade is a level 5 recipe. So I will be able to make infinite of best in slot for knives just one more level from now. We're already about halfway through that level. I'm going to go ahead and fire up a meat cleaver and leave that out there next to the butchering spot. Oh, hatchets. I'm going to make a couple of hatchets. For that, I need to pierce a few chunks. But it has to be steel chunks. Two perfect hatchets. Your hatchet will make a fine addition to my collection. Huh, interesting. Oh, this is a pretty easy recipe. A few forged fishing hooks from wire. Getting 52 experience in blacksmithing for each one of those, and it only costs 1 charcoal. Let's do... all kinds of stuff we can do with the smithing hammerhead. Oh, we can do buckles now. That's a level 4 recipe. Let me get some... Let me get some of those pieces of steel and or iron. I'm going to use a saw recipe here. Do I have a hacksaw? I don't. I need a hacksaw. Saw into pieces. That's what I want. I want to saw one of these iron chunks into pieces. And these buckles, I'm going to go ahead and make 5 of them here. Blacksmithing level 5. That means I can make hunting knives now. I'm immediately going to start making hunting knives because those are best in slot for your blades, short blade. $130 experience each. Get them sharpened up. And get them assembled. Got ourselves some hunting knives, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to replace the large knife on my webbing with one. And get a couple on standby here. That got us a little bit of ways into the next level, but we've got more to do here. I'm going to make a copper saucepan out of the copper sheet that we found earlier, or that we made earlier. This is using copper that we got from ripping apart cars. Didn't get too much experience, but it adds to my copper collection up here. Got ourselves a pure copper kettle, cup, and now saucepan. Beautiful. Hey, Richard, how's it going? We are doing pretty good today. Got ourselves a little stapled-on workshop to the gas station base here in Phallus Lake. And moving right along with leveling blacksmithing on our latest character here. Where are we at? We are... It's about a 1/5 of the way in, 1/6, something like that. See, now I have the luxury of actually looking for stuff that I could use and actually might even need. I don't even... Small punch and chisel set, we've already got that. I could forge a lantern, but I don't have the glass for it. That's where glass making comes in. Maybe another time. So I could do a scrap metal short sword. Not really interested in that, but I could. Oh, we can now do jar lids. Hell yeah. That just needs steel sheets, but, ooh, let me, I need to research jar lids by... We've got tons of jar lids back here somewhere. Research craft. Yeah, that is pretty cool. Little touches here and there. the ability to eat with a silver spoon is not lost on me. I enjoy it. 100%. Forge scrap into chunk. I'm going to do a couple of those. Got a lot of bar quarters, but I actually need some more chunks instead of those. You know, I'm probably gonna do something easier here. I saw the some of these bar quarters into pieces. Yeah, that is a lot more efficient to get experience by doing that. Made a whole nother box of nails. That's cool. Let's make that too. Have the bedtime here, and then we'll do a little bit more of that. We're pretty close to... We're just past the halfway point to blacksmithing level 6. It is at level 6 that we'll be able to make our own axe heads. Daniel, I cannot describe how big of a gap there is. Longblade will... I've never actually gotten all the way to Longblade level 10. But let's put it into perspective. We got numbers for all that. We go to the weapon page here on PZ Wiki. Let's just go to weapon, and we're going to sort by damage. So upper damage limits, or axes. Highest you'll get is 3. So that's maximum damage is 3. The long blunt, maximum damage is 3. Let's go down to long blade. Maximum damage is 3 for what we can build, 8 for the katana. So katana doesn't count. Katana really doesn't count. We should be looking more at crit. Because if 3 is the max damage, crit roll critical hit chance for machetes and swords is 20%, and the crit multiplier is 5 times. So basically, every time you take a swing, that is 20% chance of 5 times 3. That's 15. So yeah, that's basically a one-shot. I'm pretty sure that's a one-shot. And before we start talking about reductions. Bucket Mauls. Bucket Mauls got a 70% crit chance for 2 times crit damage. So that's 6 damage right there. I don't know if there are zombies that have more than that in health. But then we should also be looking at stamina costs. Stamina cost is probably one of the things you're going to run into the worst with long blunt. All the best long blunt weapons are super heavy. I think long mace right here is actually best in slot for long blunt. You get a 40% chance of a 5 times damage. And that's 5 times 2, so that's 50. That is 40% chance of 10. I still don't know if 10 is a one-shot on every zombie, but you're competitive right there. That's competitive. Yeah, that is definitely competitive with Longblade. The range is another factor. That's 1.25 versus 1.4. So I've got 0.15 longer range with a sword. Durability is much lower, though. Yeah, so level 10 long blunt with a mace, a long mace. That's competitive. Yeah, that is competitive. But I've never tried it in practice, so I wouldn't be able to actually say for definitive. Yeah. Now, actually, while we have this open, I'm glad we're looking at this. I have the ability to make some of those lovely saw blade weapons. Field hockey stick with saw blade. That's some of the lowest crit. We want the highest crit. Cudgel with saw blade. That's a 3 times. That's 3 times stamina. We're not doing that. Baseball bat with saw blade, I think, is actually some pretty good shit. That's 30% crit, 5 times crit. Upper damage of 1.9. I think that is versus 20% chance of 5 times crit with the firefighter axe. So that is slightly better than the firefighter axe. Same range. Yeah. So a baseball bat with a saw blade is slightly better than a firefighter axe. If I'm not missing anything there. Nah, minimum range is the same. Yeah, okay. And okay, so, and then we talk about sharpness. You have to sharpen firefighter axes. You do not have to sharpen saw blade axes. So all these saw blade discs right here, those are all baseball bats, or rather platform things we can slap onto baseball bats at some point. But that means I need a level carving, and we might not be able to get there because carving needs us. We need a level 9 carving to get a baseball bat. Yeah, we don't have any baseball bats right now though, so that definitely isn't happening anytime soon. Mace heads, you can break them down. You can break down the whatchamacallit mace heads. I know even if they're broken, you can break them down. Because I used to do short blunt, and you actually use the same mace head for long blunt and short blunt. You just apply it to a different handle. And I do remember that you were able to break them down, but you cannot just straight up take an old one and forge it into a new one. Yeah, carving is easy to level. The book for the last level is what I was concerned about. We do not have carving 5. We've already read carving 4, so we could get there relatively easily. We've got all these saplings over here. I'm going to turn like 8 of them into small handles. Oh, look at that. We got first snow. This is 53 small handles. I'm going to leave those on the floor. Yeah, I have no qualms leaving the small handles on the floor because we need them, but they would just be a waste of space in the crate there. That's one way of doing it, but I mean that is that'll get used up real fast. That's a lower level tactic right there. Yeah, stone maces, Richard, are actually the same amount of damage as metal maces. They just don't last as long as metal maces. I don't know if anything's changed, but that was actually, I read the devs said that, like, they actually straight up said that. That was the balance they were going for. Ew, we've got fog and water on the floor. Disgusting. We're already up to 9 hours today. That's not the worst thing in the world, but definitely got to be aware of it. I'm going to carve a few wooden spades out of these planks here. That gets about 150 carving each. Yeah, I don't see that happening anytime soon. Not at that rate. Although, with all that carving, I've already damaged my hunting knife a little bit. Alright, that's what it's there for. Do that with a saw? Okay. Interesting. Ooh, a whistle. That is one of the higher level carving recipes I can do. Short bat with saw blade is something that I could get my way to pretty quick here. Because we're working on level 7 carving, and that's when I get the chance to make short bats. Yeah, that's not... I think that's slightly better than hatchets. 20% chance of 5 times 1.5 versus 15% chance of 5 times 1.5. Yeah, the saw blade, a short bat with saw blade is definitively better than a hatchet. All right, later, Daniel. Peace out. Where is my hand drill these days? That is a tool that I should have over there. Can I make a hand drill? Don't have the recipe. And that's an auger drill. I swear I have a hand drill somewhere. It would be an abject skill issue if I didn't. Question, of course, is where. I'll check. I'm gonna check across the street. I'll check around town. Actually, there needs to be a hand drill in my firefighter truck, so I'm gonna. Well, it's. I went through the effort of parking it correctly, so maybe not. I'll take the. I'll take the car. I'm actually going to look at basements because the shop over there is already more or less pilfered. Basement here. Oh, we've got trees. No, those are not. Those are part of existing trees. Okay, never mind. I actually thought we had wilderness overgrowth trees already. Oh, fuck off. Can I not see in that window? We should be able to pull down curtains through a broken window. Woman, you just... Oh, my God. I clicked the wrong thing, and she just jumps right into that window full of broken glass. Very lucky that we did not get eaten. And by eaten, I mean shredded by glass. Dumbbell? It's one thing I don't need anytime soon, thanks to being strength level 10. Ah, I see. They were having fun in here. They had a kiln down here. Ooh, a pottery wheel. A special looking pottery wheel. I don't think this is anything particularly special about this one. It just looks different. Modern pottery wheel. That premium tech radio is going to go straight into the car. Because we actually never did get a radio in its spawns without one. And I was holding out on putting a good radio in it. Premium tech is the good radio. And for another basement, I think I see another one there. Basements, if you're not familiar, they generally seem to be obvious on a lot of houses. The indoor ones are not, but this one, for example, you see how there's a little bit of flat roof right there? And it looks kind of like it's stapled onto the side of the house, almost as if the house was designed long before basements as a concept were introduced to the game. Yeah, that is something to keep your eyes peeled for. I don't even remember when I got the keys to this house, but apparently I did. Bunch of mice stuck in the corner there. We're getting closer. There's a hacksaw. There's a crowbar of a different color. But not quite there yet. Looking for a hand drill specifically, so I'm going to take this freezer because someday we're going to need it. I always plant more than I could store. This house has green cabinets and green floors. No closet, though. Kind of looking around for a closet. Balance Lake has the same similar problem as Echo Creek. Sometimes you might not have something, and trying to source it locally is going to be a bit of a challenge. Hello. Why don't you come on outside then? Yeah, that's right. Anybody else in there with you? She doesn't have the keys, does she? Of course not. She does have a sense of style, though. I love it when zombies have several pieces of clothing that all have the same, that all match. They all have the same color matching. I'm on the space bar in case somebody's waiting for me. We're good. Oh, this is the filmographer's basement. Yeah, they got a dark room down here. They also got Betty. And you bet I'm going to take some Betty. Always got room for Betty. Oh, this house over here's got one too. Mortar and pestle. That's one more thing I don't have to make. I could make it by leveling pottery, but I hear somebody breathing. Probably in one of the rooms there. I'm going to drink their juice box. And they're going to have to fucking deal with it. Yeah, that's right. I drank your juice box. Now I'm drinking your other juice box. What are you going to do about it? I think you're just going to stand there and keep making noise. Ooh, that bedroom door is open. I don't like that. The bathroom door, rather, that is open. Yeah, I don't like this situation. Because if I try to run right past it, they might get a free hit on me from a perpendicular angle there. I don't like it. I'm going around. Oh, they're in the closet. Now they're not. That's right, I'm right here. Don't give up. Resilient. She was in there reading a cyclist magazine. What a lady. No key. I'll steal the light bulb from this, though. Another door disassembly it is. look at that. It's the Maxwell Is It Live basement. We can now make scissors. So my crusade for a hand drill is met with further disappointment. But we've at least found some neat stuff in basements. I remember there being an indoor basement in one of these houses. Oh, there is a small chance of a hand drill in the building here. Also, the trunk of this truck. This is a worker truck. I could have disregarded some. There was a metalworking chisel back here the whole time. The hell lies. The keys to both of these. Try saying that 10 times fast. No, they use small. They may used to. It may have used to been the other way around, but it no longer is. If it ever was. But we still don't have a fishing rod of any sort, but we have a tackle box now. Hiking backpack. Fishing basket with a fucking fish in it. Who would put that on the shelf? There's another one. Somebody put in these crates fish, actual fish in baskets. Pretty sure those are just supposed to be empty baskets, but they're not. They had things in them. Same with this one. Now, we still haven't actually looted the ammo shop here. We've looted the guns, just not the ammo. Mostly because every time I come in here, we're here for something slightly different. In this case, it seems as though there actually might not be a single hand drill in all of the town. Honestly, that's kind of baffling, but I can't say I'm that surprised. Just going to do a drop-off real quick because we have more than I can carry right now. That's a lot of sorting to do. Betty, watch over me. Now have a spare chest freezer for when the time comes. Sacks of sand go over here as a crafting resource for pottery. Backpack is sorted. Enough rope for another stack. We're now up to 3 bundles of rope and 1 bundle of sheet rope. We did find 1 sack of gravel. That won't get us very far. But I'll take it. I think I'm going to call it tomorrow morning in-game. I do have a couple of other things. I was never supposed to stream today in the first place. I'm a bit ahead of schedule on other things, but yeah, definitely don't want to burn myself out too hard because I'll be at it bright and early tomorrow morning on Friday. Mad Oliver, how's it going? We have another pottery wheel in the trunk here. Otherwise, got that emptied out. Someday this tackle box will contain fishing supplies. Today is not that day. We don't have very much fishing stuff yet. But the bed now has a teddy bear, as it should have from the very start. So let's replace the current pottery wheel with a modern one. Neat. Alright, well, my inability to locate a hand drill is unfortunate, but I'm going to continue leveling blacksmithing for the rest of the evening here. See if we can get to the next level and then make ourselves an auger drill. Except I can't because I don't have any way to do it without the recipe, and I don't have the recipe. So... Scissors were always an easy thing to do. We can do quite a few of those. We are about 900 experience away, and we're getting 130 for each of those crafts. So we have to make a nice amount of scissors, perhaps. 7. I can do that. What are we short on? We're already out of charcoal again. Well, that's what happens when you piss it away, I guess. The last tree cutting we did was up here next to the... right here. So should still be a bunch of, yeah, right here on the floor, a bunch of branches. A metric lot of branches. So we got 3 large branches and 9 tree branches, and then a ton in the trunk here. Let's see what we can get away with. About 67 charcoal to work with. Not probably enough. We'll see if that's enough. So we're doing 7 pairs of scissors. Beautiful. Blacksmithing level 6 has been unlocked. Now we read the next book. And get our second sleep, and then we are... Possibly. Kitsia, that is not a bad idea, but I don't know yet. There may be some roadblocks before we can get to level 9. I'll do what seems feasible. The lack of a drill is definitely hurting right now. Because there's a few recipes that would be possible with a drill that I can't do without. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead and get my second sleep here. And I will get our character staged for the next leg of the journey. But otherwise, we are about to wrap up here. Appreciate everybody watching today. It was definitely not a extremely action-packed episode today. It is a skill-building episode, of course. Yeah, that's definitely one of the things of all time right there. We are now done with this milk dispenser. So I'll top that up next time. Yeah. I'm all about the learning here. Spreading around the knowledge, the good word, as it were. Next, blacksmithing book. Blacksmithing 4. Really hard steel co. Worker's Handbook. I will just leave that right in my inventory as a reminder to myself that we must read it next time. But otherwise, always screenshot your base progression. And Dani shall bid farewell for this journey. Last thing we always do here is back up our saves. So I'm going to go ahead and quit to desktop. And we're going to go to our C drive here. Get all this crap off my screen. Go to your C drive, or wherever you have Steam installed. Users, username, Zomboid, saves, Apocalypse. Sorted by date modified. There's the most recent one. Control-C, copy that entire folder. Go up. You can put these backups wherever you want. I'm putting this one a few levels up here. And this is part 9 of our journey through B42. Control-V, paste that entire folder. So we're up to about 680 megabytes across 270,000 files. All right, folks. I shall catch you guys tomorrow morning bright and early. Peace out and have a good one. Adios.